Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Kruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That was my man, 16 to Life. That's my guy right there, man. He did 16 and actually did 24 years in California prison system. Hold on, let me turn this off, y'all. Y'all don't need to see that. That's something else there. He did 24 years in the California penal system, in the prison system. Shout out to him, man. Like I say, I got permission from him directly to use that music, and he's just a good dude, man. Good hearted dude. Go on over there, 16 to Life, his YouTube page. If you want to see some funny stories about that brother and just the street life, man, he's a funny dude. All right, Also, he has gear and music over there as well. All right, let me bring Rico up. Rico, are you there?
1 sec. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You coming through?
Oh,
You coming through?
yeah,
Cool.
yeah. Okay, sorry about that. How do I look? Do I look too dark?
A little dark, brother, but that's okay, man.
I'm sitting out back.
Yeah. Looks good though, man.
How is that? There
That's a
you go.
little better. That's a lot better,
Okay,
actually.
all right. It's
Yeah,
just the way I'm sitting in my yard.
yeah, man. Looks nice,
Yeah,
brother. Cut
trying to
the
get some
grass and
outside
everything,
sunshine.
man.
Huh?
I said you cut the grass and everything, man.
Yeah, I know. Trying to get it cut before I take off here, because it grows like it grow. We've been getting a lot of rain, so it's been growing like crazy.
Ah,
So seems like usually I try to do it every 2 weeks, but it's been running around like every week now. So
gotta stay
you
out
got to
them
keep it
YouTube
down so I
streets,
can
man.
find these bombs my dog be leaving in the yard for me. So, when it get too hard, when it get too high, you can't find them and you step all in them.
I hear you, brother. I go through the same thing. That's why I got to stay on my son about my backyard.
Yeah.
All right, man. Let's get some housekeeping done, man. The first thing is we talked behind the scenes. How many times did you cuss me out, Rico? About 6, 7.
At least, at least, and still not enough.
y'all
You
think
still got
it's
a
just
couple more
y'all.
coming.
Y'all think it's just y'all, man. Rico got me too, man. Rico took a look at that stream, the last stream, and said, "Man, Clarence, what are you doing?" And I had to say, you know what? You're right. So when you are the man and it's your channel, when it's good, everything's good. When it's bad, it's on you, man. Fall in your lap. And the last stream, it was absolutely my fault. I let it get out of hand. I let it get out of channel. Shout out to brother Jay Takashi. Shout out to brother Anderson. Good to see you, big brother. And Risa, I hope you got that message. You know what I'm saying? And I'm about to talk about that in just a minute. But anyway, the last stream, that was my fault. Um, I try to treat people like I treat them when um, when they would come into the mosque. We had a lot of patience for them, and so way more patience than people on the street would have for them. But I see in YouTube world, you can't do that, man. You can't have patience for certain type of behavior. You know what I mean? So I apologize to y'all for letting that get out of hand. I won't be doing that anymore because I got a new policy now. And this is the new policy. I was talking to some people yesterday and the day before, and I told them I was going to be doing everything fair and square. That's gone out the window. That's gone out the window. What's going on, Tristan? That is gone out the window. I'm not going to do anything fair and square. Shout out to New Growth. What I'm gonna do nowadays is we're gonna bounce first, ask question later. If you got a wrench, listen. If you have a wrench, you have my permission. If somebody is acting out, is acting crazy and just wilding out, you have my permission to bounce their ass first and ask questions later. Let them come to me crying about it. Don't worry about it. If you bounce them, let them come to me and ask me why they got bounced and let me investigate it. Don't worry about it. I am not going to be, because I made this mistake. Thank you, Tristan. I made this mistake. The mistake I made was um, I said to a couple of people the other day that I was going to be, I would take the time to investigate the situation and find out what happened. But then I start thinking, I said, what if I have 3 or 4 people have an issue and now I can't do the show because I'm investigating 3 or 4 grown people who having a beef with another grown person out there. I can't do that. I can't waste time doing that. It's already, we already waste enough time being out there. Shout out to Truth. I already wasted tough time, and Truth is one of the people I talk to, but I talk to many other people. But I brother Truth, and the other people know who I'm talking. They know who I'm talking about. Um, I can't do it the way I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it fair and square. We're gonna fair and square do it this way. I'm not doing that no more. any disruption I see, I'm gonna bounce somebody. I don't care. And it's not. Don't blame Rico. It's not Rico. It's me. I'm the one that told Rico about it because I said, man, I can't, because I started thinking in my head after I talked to the third person. I said, what if I have 3 people that I have to do this with? I'm not going to be able to do all that and run the program and stay up with the. I'm not going to be able to do that. So the best way to handle things is just don't come up. If you know that somebody could say something and you could not restrain yourself or not bring the channel down, then just don't come up or don't go in the chat or whatever. Protect yourself, because I can't run around protecting grown people. I can't do it. It's too much. That's too much. You're putting too much pressure on me to do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just bouncing people, man. Somebody say something crazy. I was just responding to this person. That's okay. You gone. Whoever I catch first doing it, they gone. So that's it. That's how we doing it. And if that's not good enough, I understand. Not trying to make anybody be outside of who they supposed to be. If you can't handle the fact that I'm not going to be fair, fair is in a boxing ring. There ain't nothing else fair outside of a boxing ring. I am not going to be fair. I'm going to come down with a sledgehammer, bam, and bounce you. And if we ever get Rico to be able to get to the button, you know you're gone.
And Clarence, I mean, just let them know also, it's not that we're going to be unfair. So it's not like, we're going to be unfair. It's just the fact that it's just like you said, it's like a referee in a football game. We may not catch who threw the first punch, but the first person we catch throwing a punch is the person that we're going to toss out. So they may have insulted you. If we catch it, we're going to throw them out. If we don't catch it and we catch you in return, and we don't mean no little small, we don't mean disagreements. We're talking about what we believe by our impression rises to the level of disrespect.
Right.
So it's if you doing something really crazy, and that goes for me included. If I disrespect the person for whatever reason, I get booted.
Okay. Yeah, you said, and I agree. We all different. We all different. We all got different goals. We all got some of us are here to do one thing. Some of us are here to do something else. Some of us are here to,
And the biggest
get
reason,
things across. So I get it.
The biggest reason for this is we want to be able to continue the conversation, to not be able to finish. If we come up here like tonight, we want to talk about the topic. We want to be able to get through the topic and not get derailed through fights, side discussions, and everything else. We got to be able to. It's rare that you get to discuss a stream, and you talk about every damn thing but the stream as described, and that's just kind of crazy. So if we're just wasting too much time, and that was a 7-hour stream, and I think very little got accomplished. And for all that fucking time, it won't be them long streams.
7-hour stream
are done and behind us anyway. You're gonna get a solid 2 to 3 out of me tonight, and that's it. I got a pack. I got traveling to do. And I just think, like I told Brother Clarence, sometimes those long streams, people get tired. And when people get tired, they become a little bit more cranky, a little bit more snappy, and we get a little bit slower. So I'm not that, I just started. So about 3 hours in, I won't be catching shit, and it'd be a shit show. So it's like, okay, it's 3 hours. I'm checking out, for the night. That's enough.
I'm not going to be beholden. I was trying to be beholden to everybody to make everybody happy. There's no way I'm going to make everybody happy. And I'm not even going to try to do that no more. I'm going to make me happy. If you act right, you shouldn't have no problem. If you don't act right, then you're going to have a problem. So that's that. Now it puts it back on y'all. How y'all going to roll. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like, hey, I'm in this situation, if somebody say something to me, I'm going to handle it this way. Okay, well then, I understand that. Don't put yourself in that position. Please don't come up here. Because to ask me to control how 17 to 18 to 19, 20 different people are gonna act in a chat, I can't be responsible for how all these people act, and then other people on the panel, and I can't be responsible for that. Only thing I can be responsible for is booting somebody if they act wrong. If everybody know they're gonna get booted, then maybe that'll calm everything down, and maybe people will be like, okay, I get it. Because see, that's my fault. I try to do things like uh, when we bring people into the mosque, and we would have grace for them because they were homeless or they had different issues. We would try to work with them. But like I was telling Rico earlier, that I had a lot more support when I was doing that. Now I'm here in the YouTube streets. I don't really have everybody ain't got the patience that I got, right? Like, brother Clarence, we gonna just leave your channel if we gonna do that, or we not gonna be get involved with the type of message that you're trying to put out to save the youth. We're not trying to do that. So, and I don't, saying that's what I'm trying to push ultimately. So I apologize for letting the stream get out of hand because I shouldn't have let nobody disrespect nobody. But I let that happen. That was my fault. So hopefully y'all forgive me. I'm still learning this YouTube game. Like I said, you guys think that Rico just goes off on y'all. No, he goes off on me too. He went off on me several times. Hey, Clarence, let me go off on you. Hey, Clarence, I'll call you back. Clarence, let me go off on you again. Clarence, let me call. I think I got it about 6-7 times, and that's just him. I ain't talking about other people that went off on me too. So, so I've been in the crosshairs for a little while, but that's not even a big thing, man. Brother Clarence, I don't really take it personally. I take the good out of what people are telling me, and I don't be like, oh man, Rico don't like me no more. I don't ever trip like that. I just trip like, it's okay. Does Rico have a point? Does this person have a point? Okay, yeah, let me look at that. Okay. So that being said.
And for the record, going off was in particular is about the fact of, like, it's Clarence platform. It's like, hey, you got to control your platform. You got to control it. That's all. So I'm not taking any sides. I have an opinion, but the fact of the matter is, whether it's me or anybody else, it can't go on for 45 minutes of nonstop bickering because all I heard was, 45 minutes of bickering on the replay. And I look at it from the standpoint, like, I know that that's turning off the people who are watching the show. That you guys didn't come over here to give 7 hours of your time to watch what you saw. That's my issue. I was like, ain't nobody give up 7 hours to see what they saw. If they did, there's something wrong with them if they wanted to see that. So that's the way I look at it. And I'm like, we got to do better. And we can do better. And everybody on the panel can do better. We all can.
That's the way I see it. Shout out to Truth
People in the chat. But it got to start with Clarence. Yeah. And then I got to sit there and back him up. And then so on and so forth. We can't expect you guys to do better if we just letting shit
allowing stuff to go crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. But shout out to Truth is Never Favored. Hey, man, he said a man is only as good as his word and his name. So now I know where we stand. Y'all move the standard of YouTube. I move off of what is right and don't expect y'all to. I got you, brother, and I appreciate that. And you know what I'm saying? No love lost, no feelings hurt. I got you, brother. And I'm not looking for people to like me. I got my own circle. Right on, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hey, handle your business.
About that so we can move on.
Okay. All right, man. All right, man. So I just wanted to apologize to the audience. And so, tell everybody who I talked to, include Truth, that I decided to make myself here happy because I'm like Truth. I got my own circle. So I don't need to make nobody else happy. All right. So, and if y'all with the program, y'all with it. If y'all not,
time to move on to the topic.
Got their own page they can go to. And
let's move on to the topic. You covered all the bases. You did. I mean, I'm just like in no sense of killing it. You covered all the bases. You lose some. Let's go with what
I want to make sure I got that down.
Let's get into what we came here to talk about, and then we'll see how people feel at the end of the stream if we get through the topic.
All right. Well, all right, Rico. Hold on.
Thank you, sir. I came here to talk about the topic.
Okay. All right. So First, before we get to the topic, brother,
Mm-hmm.
I want to lead into the topic with about 5 minutes of Brother Malcolm. Can we do that?
Yeah, you can do that. There you go.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that.
That's good.
Let's make that work. All right. Let's see. Let's get into 5 minutes of Brother Malcolm. Okay. All right.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro. Back during slavery, there was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro said, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? We sick. We sick. He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, that house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today because we still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here. I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You nothing but a house Negro. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? Where you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say. Why, you left your mind in Africa. On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negro, those were the masses. There was always more Negroes in the field than there was Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. In the house, they ate high up on the hog. The Negro in the field didn't get nothing but what was left of the insides of the hog. They call them chitlins nowadays. In those days, they call them what they were, guts. That's what you were, a gut eater. And some of you all still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning till night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore cast-off clothes.
Almost over.
And he hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master. But that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority. And they hated the master. When the house caught on fire, he didn't try and put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he died.
All right, y'all. That was Brother Malcolm. So some of y'all might be asking, why did I play Brother Malcolm?
Oh, it was apropos for today.
Okay, why did I play?
Because we got a lot of house Negroes here today in 2022. We got a lot. It almost seems like there are more house Negro than field Negroes, but we know that that's not true. There will always be, as Brother Malcolm said then, many more field Negroes than house Negroes. But the behaviors of the house Negroes of years past is the same behaviors that a lot of them got still today. So I was just listening to that, and I was pretty moved. But I haven't heard that in a while. I heard it before. I'm not gonna say I haven't heard it before, but just to sit here quietly and listening to it, I think this is the first time I've really listened to it, at least that much of it in depth. Because I always saw it in clips in a class or something I was studying, and damn, I know so many of them house Negroes. There's a lot of them in these YouTube spaces too, and it's a lot of, unfortunately, I think that's a classification of a lot of them in these YouTube spaces that's preaching house Negro mentality. I see them on panels yelling and fussing and screaming house Negro shit morning, noon, and night.
Well, see, the thing is, a lot of them don't even realize that, or maybe they don't care. That they
there you go. See, that's why
somebody else's program.
I always get on you about that, Clarence, with that. Oh, I'm like, no, they know.
No. I've seen many. Rico, I have seen many different types of black people. I understand you're coming from the street angle, but I mean, I have seen many different types of black people.
But what I'm saying is, but I would say this: 2022, an educated house Negro knows. Most of them, the vast majority of them, don't care. I do believe that
I would agree with that. I would agree with you with that.
Who may just be that naive and that out of touch.
There you go.
To believe the bullshit they regurgitate.
Right.
The vast majority of them, they know they only care about themselves.
Right.
They're selfish. As long as they're successful, succeeding, they're high up in the hierarchy, the food chain. They don't care about the field Negro, just like the house Negroes back on the plantation.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's just like
Brother Malcolm said it. And that house Negro, but the house Negro back then, they knew what the plight of the field Negro was. They knew how the field Negro was suffering. They knew. So it's not like the house Negro then was like, oh, I didn't know they were beating y'all like that. Yes, you fucking did.
Yeah, they didn't want to be out there getting beat.
Huh?
I said they did. The house Negroes didn't want to get beat. Yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying is they still knew the plight of the field Negroes.
Okay. So
let me that's why I'm saying the house Negroes today know the plight of the field Negroes.
Let me explain to people where the house Negro went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The field Negroes didn't have a problem with the house Negro until the house Negro thought he was better.
Exactly.
Than the field Negro.
Yeah.
That was the issue.
Yeah.
It wasn't the issue that he had a better job. They was cool with that. But when he started treating everybody like I'm better because I'm closer to the master than you, therefore I'm better than you.
And the master manipulated the house Negro to believe they were better.
Right.
See what I'm saying? That's like you said, that's the weakness of the house Negro's mentality, knowing you come from the same stock of field Negro.
Right.
Knowing you got to a certain place, you know you're still a servant no matter what. You just a house servant, but somehow or another, you let the same people that own them, that owns you, make you believe you are somehow better than them because I let you in the house. If you was the same as them, I wouldn't let you in the house. And that's just a manipulation tactic to pit
That's
us
my
against our
point.
own.
That's
Yep.
my point.
So not only was the house Negroes doing everything that Brother Malcolm said, a lot of times them house Negroes was doing all the snitching and telling. So house Negroes back in the day did a whole lot of snitching and telling on field Negroes, a whole lot. So if the field Negro broke a rule, did something wrong, 9 times out of 10, the master or the overseer didn't know. But guess who did know? Guess who did know? Them house. Now I'm not gonna say all house Negroes was like that, because some house Negroes throughout history, if you look at it, there were house Negroes that helped Sister Harriet through the Underground Railroad and things like that. People who got access, like they say, the spook in the corner and things like that. So there were some house Negroes who maintained that mental independence and didn't fall for the flim flam. Problem is, too many of them did. Too many of them did, and unfortunately, that was at the detriment of a lot of our fellow ancestors back in the day. But yeah, that was good. That was powerful. We need, it's and so crazy about it. I'm glad, I think it was Brother New Growth. I think you said you let your daughter see it. Man, I'm glad you did that. Was that you, New Growth? I think it was. That's good. I would, you know what? I wish I had done that for my kids growing up. To be honest with you, I'm just not even sure if there's a lot of us. I knew about it, but then I mean, I don't even think my kids heard a lot of Malcolm coming up. They knew things like, of course, everybody gonna hear about King, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, and things like that. But you don't even see a lot of Malcolm being taught a lot. Colleges and universities, yes. I'm not sure that he's widely taught in middle school and high schools across the country, because I mean, let's face it, yeah, he was militant, and he should have been. You damn right he was militant, but I don't think like something like that. I don't know if they even teach that in high school or middle school.
Teach what?
Was that like the speech he just gave?
Nah.
See what I'm saying? But my thing is, I don't see why they wouldn't. At least high school. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Because there is a
That's just as
connotation that Malcolm is teaching black people to hate white people.
But here's the thing: that's just as much a part of. But that's not right. But see, that's just as much a part of American history as slavery was. That was the reality for the slave. The slaves were, you had house Negroes, you had field Negroes. This is how the house Negroes felt and how they looked at slavery. And this is how the field Negroes looked and how they felt about slavery. Yes, they were, and the ones in the field was wishing death on all y'all asses. The ones in the house, they was happy for y'all. That's part of, and that to tell you what chattel slavery means, because the field Negroes were not singing in the field happy all day long.
Okay, Rico, let me shout out a few people. Let me shout out brother Jay Takashi. I think I already shouted you out, Jay. Sim Simma, good to see you, brother Sim. I got your message, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Always supportive. Same thing, just like Reza, always supportive.
Tristan?
Let's see who else. I already got Tristan. Doberman. He says, salute Rico and Clarence. Hope you had enjoyed a nice drink on a beautiful day. Appreciate you, brother Doberman. Rorschach Doberman, or whatever we want to call you, brother. We appreciate you, whatever you want to call you. So, brother Chris, good to see you in the building, brother. All right. Okay, so they don't teach about Malcolm. No, they don't.
No.
No, they don't. And,
But
and
I
the
am
reason,
glad, like there are, like and pretty much obviously cities that have large African American populations. You do have schools named after him. You do have roads named after him, things of that nature. So his name does not get faded into obscurity. His name is out there, even if you still have to go out and do the work to
Yeah.
look up what he talked about.
yes,
And fortunately, I think most. Well, I ain't gonna say most. I think all, if not most, HBCUs teach about him without a doubt.
probably so.
Historically Black
Probably.
College and University,
I didn't
and
go
some
to
of
one.
the more liberal PWIs will probably teach about him. But it's a shame. We're like, which I definitely think Dr.
Shout
King,
out to the good doc.
Dr. King message is, pushed out there everywhere at every level. And there's nothing wrong with that. Dr. King, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, there's nothing wrong with that. But
Right.
Malcolm is a part of that as well. And for whatever reason, that's a powerful thing. And that plays a lot into what hopefully we're going to get into a little bit more. So that was a good 5-minute tap in.
Yeah. I want
Good.
to
You knocked it out the
show
park with that one.
where, because see, a lot of times, Rico, people feel like some people have said, well, why are we talking about Black history? Like, what is the purpose of it? It makes me upset. It makes white folks upset. It upsets the apple cart. But in my opinion, it's important to remember the people that struggled. This didn't happen overnight. This didn't happen that just one day people say, you know what, we're gonna just let Black people do it. This came with a lot of struggle.
But you
That
got
you got the job you got. I got the job I got. This came with a lot of people did a lot of struggling to make that happen.
But Clarence,
And if we
rather than even going that far as into having to justify why do we remember and celebrate Black history, you always got to ask those people, well, why do we celebrate and remember the other history that y'all don't seem to have a problem with? You don't think Black people have a problem walking past the statue of Stonewall Jackson, Robert
I think
Jefferson?
most of them don't, Rico.
No, maybe no. Most of them don't, because most of us don't believe any fucking thing will ever happen.
But
But
they
it's
don't
not
know who
like
those
we
people are.
like it, huh?
They don't know who those people are.
No, but some do. A lot of people do.
How about the ones that do know who he is?
And let me tell you this: fewer people today know, but when they were putting those motherfucking statues up, they all knew who it was, and they all despised them.
But I know. But my
So
point
when
is,
but what I'm saying is, when they put that statue up, Stonewall Jackson, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Ku Klux Klan, they didn't care what Black people thought or felt. They didn't care. They wanted to celebrate their history. And guess what? That shit got crammed down our throat until we had no choice but to accept it as a way of life. So I simply say to them, before I feel a need to justify my history, you justify yours. You justify the Confederacy. The Confederacy was a traitorous, treasonous organization against America. You justify that, and I'll think about justifying Black history. There's no fucking comparison. There's no comparison. But yet, we always find ourselves in the space of having to justify our existence when they don't feel like they even have to justify theirs, as if their existence matters more.
well, I would expect that white folks would do that. I would expect that. I would expect that white folks would do that. But I'm talking about us. I'm talking about
So
us.
you're talking about the people. Oh, so you're talking about Black people.
Black people
they just fucking stupid.
that push that narrative. Like,
then they just stupid.
Push the narrative where that Black history is unimportant.
They're stupid, and you know how, like I said, they say I don't trifle a fool, because the fact of the matter is, they'll be the very same people who will say that, but at the same time give zero pushback on the other history. So I can take. I've never seen a single solitary one of them to say, "I don't want to celebrate no history," because again, if that makes you feel sad, the Civil War don't make you feel sad. All the fucking killing and maiming and murdering and pillaging that they did then, that doesn't. Yeah, I know. The list of people, the list of us, house Negroes. That's the quickest way for me to put it. House Negroes.
Okay.
Malcolm said it. House Negroes don't want to celebrate Black history, but want to celebrate white history. House Negroes.
That's what.
House Negroes will say Black
This is
people
my
done
point.
this and white people done
Point.
everything. House Negroes.
Okay, so this is my point, Rico.
Yeah.
That the house Negroes
Yes.
that we got to figure out. You know,
I ain't got to figure them out. Fuck them.
Okay, well,
They're sad.
there's some of us.
I'll continue the conversation. Yes. I know you're trying to fix them, but what I'm telling you is that thinking is almost irredeemable, because too often when they're being a house Negro, all they're thinking about is their proximity to power and privilege. And that's always going to be their overriding concern. My proximity to power and privilege is more important than how you Negroes feel. So these white people up here who feel uncomfortable, and you know how Malcolm said, "Oh, the master, I'm sick. Oh, we sick. Okay, I feel sad. Oh, we feel sad. Oh, y'all making us feel sad." You see what I'm saying? It's that same. Malcolm said it. It's that same mentality. I don't want us to feel sad. So the assault on CRT. And what's the argument? Oh, we don't want white kids to feel guilty. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Yeah, we're gonna get into that, Rico. We're gonna get there.
Yeah, so all right. Yeah, there you go.
Shout out to brother What Now 23. Good to see you in the building, brother. All right, so yeah, I was okay. So
there you go. Yeah, you covering your mouth.
Y'all can see because I want to explain what's happening.
Louder. Go ahead.
Louder. Okay. Yeah, what about now?
Yeah, that's good. That's perfect.
Okay.
Well, just bring the mic closer to you.
See what's happening. Is you know, I come from a faith-based organization, so you know we always had the doors open for whatever crawled in. Right? Anybody, if they crawled in the building, we took them in. Right? So I still have that kind of thinking mentality. Right? So I understand that everybody doesn't think that way. I get it. I don't make nobody feel bad. Oh, you should. I understand that. I understand everybody's not gonna feel like me, but at the same time, don't y'all, you know, kick me because that's the way I am. I know that kind of stance is not really going. I see that's not going to work on YouTube, and I'm trying to be better about when to apply that type of thinking process on this space. But that's why I think the way I think. So I don't want y'all to think I'm just crazy. I'm not crazy. I just come from a place where, you know, we're in the repair business. You know, and the faith that I'm in, we're in the repair business. We take people and we try to fix them. You know, we try to repair them. You know, but anyway, so a lot of times you might hear me talk about somebody that maybe most people would just have thrown them in the trash can. You know, I'm one of them type of people that'll go and, you know, dig them out of the trash can and say, "Hey, brother, you okay? How can we make you stand up straight?" But anyway, getting back to CRT and Rico, when is a person, because there's pretty much when there's an oppressing situation. Well, first of all, let's do this. Is there oppression going on in America right now as it pertains to Black people at all in any form or fashion?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see as one of the main systems of oppression that's against Black people?
Economics.
How so?
Through things, you know, like, you know, the bank loan system. Black people are historically charged higher rates for loans. Everybody talks about redlining. Though it may be outlawed, it still exists. You know, the disparity in not even in jobs, but even in promotions. You know, black people are disproportionately promoted at a much slower rate than their white colleagues in corporate America, even when they either have equal or superior skills and experience. You know, that's been studied. So and all of these things have an economic factor. Yes, and then you get the house Negroes who have been that token one or two that they let get elevated to look back at the rest of us who hit a glass ceiling, okay, and say, well, if I could do it, you could do it. We know that's a bunch of bullshit, okay? So it's funny though, right? White America screams about affirmative action, right?
Right.
That's something they hate. Oh, you giving people stuff that's, you know, they're qualified. But I argue they practice a reverse form of affirmative action, where because they control all the levers of power in corporate America, they promote a form of affirmative action where they just allow a select percentage of blacks to elevate. And I'm talking like to the C-suite level, people who are in big time corporate America, you know what that is, and these really higher echelons. And they withhold others. I've even seen them in law firms and how lawyers become partners. Lawyers that I've seen work in a firm, and like in the law firm, if you've been there, usually after 10 years, you don't make partner. They kind of like show your ass the door. You just can't be a lawyer at a law firm for 30 years unless they want you to be. Usually you have so many years to make partner, bring in more clients and so on and so forth. And I've seen so many black attorneys that I know were more qualified or equally as qualified as a white colleague and not get selected to partner because it's just an arbitrary, it's a subjective system. You know what I'm saying? All the other partners get together and just vote on your ass. So it's not even like you take a test or no shit like that. They just vote on your ass. And they'll use all sorts of subjective measures as to why this black partner may not get to make partner. You know, maybe he was out because his wife had a baby, you know, or just, I mean, it just be some crazy ass reasons. And over time, cumulatively, that's also a form of affirmative action, but they're smart enough to I'm going to let Clarence through because we got to meet a quota, but we're not going to exceed that quota. Generally, the only place where you see that metric tend to greatly start to level out is two places: in the military and in the federal government. Pretty much anywhere private industry, but see, like I said, they got rules in place. The military and the federal government have rules in place. Private America don't have no goddamn rules. It's whatever.
They have rules. They have rules they're supposed to follow, Rico.
They ain't got no rules, Clarence. It's whatever Brad say.
No. What I'm saying is there's rules. They find a way around them. My mother used to work for EEOC.
Them rules don't mean, and you know what? Which EEOC is a federal government agency, right? They be tearing EEOC ass up every day. So you're right.
EEO what?
The EEOC don't stand a chance against them law firms. They tear them a new asshole. They come up with so much paperwork, that, whatever, and that's just, what I'm telling you is,
bro.
The EEOC, listen, okay, they got their lawyers and their staff, right, and they send. I filed a complaint. What the EEOC, they go straight to your job, ask them what happened. They don't come running on in to jump on them. So I come to you, Clarence Williams Incorporated, and I ask you, and you present whatever documents you want. Because you already know when you fired my ass what I'm gonna run over there and cry and tell. Because usually when they get rid of your ass, that's why nowadays, you know what most companies do when they let a person go? They just give them a severance and they make them sign for it. Right. So they'll say, okay, we're gonna fire you, but we're gonna give you 3 months pay, but you gotta sign not to file a claim.
Right.
And they just figure like it's cheaper just to pay these motherfuckers for 3 months and let them walk away.
That's what I'm saying, Rico. They find a way around it. I'm telling you.
That's just cheaper and more efficient.
That's but I'm just saying it's not because they're beating up on the EEOC. I'm telling you, my mother worked there. She was investigated.
Right.
So I
Okay.
know that they.
So they win
they-
some, but they don't win them all. They don't win a lot of them.
But they're very, but it's like the FBI, they lose very little because by the
But
time,
they don't. But
by the
here's
time
right.
when they do an investigation,
Right.
usually they got so much stuff. By the time they bring the case up on you,
So
they
here's the
usually
thing,
settle
right?
it.
Here's the thing. I will say this. You're right. They lose very little, but there are so many cases that they don't even take
That's
because
what
they.
I'm
So
saying.
what I'm saying
That's an issue there.
I got a
That's an issue there.
99% win rate. Yeah, you took 100 cases out of 10,000 that came in.
That's
Yeah,
what
because
I'm
the
saying.
other 9,999
That's
was
why I say
bullshit that
when
we
they
wasn't gonna
find
win.
ways around it, Rico. They
Yeah.
will find ways around it.
So what I'm saying is the corporations in totality, oh, we want 9,909 because you still got all those complaints. The EEOC get all those complaints. They're just not taking them all to court, and we're not going to take them all to arbitration because it's the same thing like what my wife doing with the union. It's like we know we're not going to win this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight a losing case because you came to work drunk on the job. If you came to work drunk on the job, you know, knocking over shit and sexually harassing people, I'm not going to win that.
Right.
But motherfuckers will go to the EEOC with a complaint like that. So again, we're getting off track. The reality is that's that house Negro mentality. And I believe the reverse affirmative action is corporate America, which controls all the strings. So economically, we're denied a lot of deserved promotions that just
I would
goes
agree with that.
completely lost in the ether. And it's really nothing you can do about it. You can't, you know how hard it is to prove that you got fucked over for a promotion?
Okay, I agree with that. Now, let me ask you a
That's
question.
impossible.
Do you think that we should work harder to get promoted in white companies, or work harder to create our own companies and promote ourselves in our own companies? I mean, if a white
I
person
think you need to
has
attack. I
wait,
think
wait,
you
let
need
me
to
finish,
attack.
Rico, let me finish.
Go ahead.
If a white person has a company
Mhm.
and he has a son, he's probably going to want his son to be put it, even though you, Black John, have been working there for 20 years, he's probably going to promote his son to the head of the company, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so should we, I mean, what is a better strategy? Should we try to create our own industry so that we can promote ourselves in our own industries just like they do? Or should we keep fighting to integrate into their companies?
They have an impossible head start for us to sit there and think we can do only one. We got to do both.
Agreed.
We have to.
Agreed.
It's just there's an impossibility. All black people
Head
stop
start
working
is
for white people
absolutely
today.
outrageous.
It's not going to happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you have to do both. I do think we should start our own. But again, like you said, with us being 13% of the population, we have to start businesses that will attract white dollars the same way they do businesses that attract black dollars. So we have to create businesses and fund businesses and run businesses.
Let me ask you a question.
Well and professional that can attract white dollars.
Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
What kind of businesses can black people start besides guns and beer and entertainment that can attract white dollars?
I
What
mean,
other kind of business?
I think almost anything. I just think
I'm talking about mass white dollars. I'm not talking about, there's
Yeah,
always going to be a certain amount of people that try to support us and help us. There's always going to be a certain amount of white people that try to help and support us. But I'm talking about that number.
I don't even mean for support. I mean, there's some solid businesses out there that are just set up and run very solid in the right way, that they just run like a business 100%. And thankfully they're black owned. So they don't have to look for support. It's like, hey, I'm a software company or I'm a this type of company and I'm just damn good. I'm the best at it. So them white folks want the best. And they're not supporting you. It's like, no, you're the best. So
this is what I was talking about when I said a global marketplace.
Right. So I think when we start companies like that, we got to get companies in that attitude and that mentality. I think, unfortunately, for most Black small business entrepreneurs, they tend to go into businesses that they're too ethnic oriented. You know what I'm saying? So you start a business.
Explain to me, Rico. Explain to me.
Well, a business, if you start an ethnic oriented business, then you're pigeonholing yourself to a certain ethnic population, and that's not, to me, not the best business sense.
And give me
like,
an example is what I'm saying, Rico. Give me an
you start
example.
a restaurant, a Chinese food restaurant, or a black beauty shop, things like that. You're or a soul food restaurant. You're catering to a select society rather than, the much more broader society. And while that can be successful, you're wholly dependent on a singular segment of the population rather than I want everybody's money.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Like you look at Walmart. It started out as a small mom and pop shop, but he wasn't trying to sell to white people. He was just selling clothes and whatever else at the 5 and dime and competing. So when you see these large corporations that we all gravitate towards, they're not ethnic.
Shout out Sister Annie.
They're not ethnic by design.
Shout out Intellectual Soapbox, Mr. B.
I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with doing an ethnic business, but then you need to understand that you are saying you're content and you believe that just this one segment of the population enough is able to sustain and support your business in perpetuity, and you don't need, and that's the problem.
Shout out to Brother Vaughn.
I see with some black business owners, they'll say, they literally say, I don't want white people. Like, okay. Like if that makes business sense to you, God bless you. Okay. It's fucking more of them, I hope you know, right? And they literally will say they don't want that. And I'm like, you're crazy. You should want everybody's money. Now, what you do with it is up to you. You can spend it all on black people. You can hire all black people. You can reinvest in them. Take their money just like they take ours. Why you don't want to take theirs, but we give them ours?
Most black people spend all their money with white people.
Right, but we don't want to take their money. It's crazy. Oh, I don't want to cater to them. I'm like, it doesn't fucking matter. You're in business. You cater to everybody. As long as they're paying.
That makes more sense, right?
Almighty dollar. So
that makes more sense, right?
That's the only thing. That's called successful business sense. Anything else is just stupid.
Okay.
And that's why
here's the thing. But see, this is the thing where black people get confused. Because black people say, I want to have a business. Okay. So most black business at the what I want to say, at the service level, because most of us have businesses at the service level. Mm-hmm. We typically will usually only serve black people at the service level, right? And below. We'll usually serve black people. Right. Now, I mean on a mass scale. Now, my point is, how do we get people, black businesses, to get into the white dominated areas and have call it mass success? Because we could take a little bit of their money, but like how they have like a store called Gucci. They don't even have to advertise to black people about Gucci.
Well, the bottom line is, but see, here's the thing is, here's the thing. I don't even do the whole designer thing, because the mistake that people make with the designer argument is much more than just a race argument. It is a race argument, but it's also a class argument. Okay. So when you get into designers, they don't want fucking poor people wearing their shit. They don't want white trash wearing their shit either. They're trying to promote brand exclusivity so they can. That's why them little ugly ass bags cost so much. Them damn. Who the fuck pays $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a purse? That's obscene. That's crazy. But they were able to create this allure of exclusivity so high. And then, these items that they push, they're status symbols. It's not even. It's
well. What I'm trying to get to, Rico, is Where do we cross the line between house Negro and field Negro? Where do we cross the line? Shout out to Brother Daryl. Where do we cross the line? Shout out to Moments with Mickey Red. Where, you know what I'm saying? In other words, I'm for my people, but at the same time, how can I want to serve my people? Can I get this money from everybody? Am I being a house Negro by serving the larger community?
No, I mean that's just silly. I mean, the field Negroes had to serve the larger community. It's how you the big difference. But see, no, because here's the deal: is the fact of the matter is absolutely not, because the house Negro and field Negro will serve the larger community whether you want to or not. The field Negro will still serve them with pride. The house Negro won't. The house Negro will bend the knee at any and everything to make them feel better about themselves. Again, the field Negro will stand there with pride and say, I'm the best at what we do.
Okay, so you're saying that both the field Negro and the house Negro can sell to the larger audience.
Everybody has to.
But the difference is the house Negro would say, I'm better because I'm over here and you not as good as me. Whereas the field Negro is like, look, I'm just working to promote whatever I'm trying to promote. I ain't no better than nobody. I'm just here trying to promote what I'm trying to promote.
Yeah.
Is that what you basically
I mean, that's basically it. You know, the field Negro don't think he's better than anybody else. He's just trying to do, as they say, live in his purpose. Okay. I'm trying to live in my purpose. I'm trying to do what I'm supposed to do, take care of my family, take care of my community, and that's good enough for me. This status symbol, this trying to fit in the hierarchy doesn't matter to the field Negro, because the field Negro ain't ever forgot. Even when his business becomes big and successful, you know what the field Negro don't do? What? He don't forget he a field Negro. He never lose sight of it.
Yeah.
The house Negro does. The house Negro forgets. The field Negro never does. So when the field Negro can be a billionaire, he knows I'm just a nigga with money.
Yeah, it can come and snatch it anytime, right?
So it's here. This is where it exists. It doesn't exist in your bank account or your checkbook. It exists. The house Negro and the field Negro is here.
I'm glad you asked that question, Reza. We just about to ask that question. I'm about to ask Rico that question right now.
Oh, you got shout outs? Okay.
All right. No. I'm gonna ask you about this. This is
house Negro. As soon as I read
this is house Negro. Did he come to the defense of Morgan Whalen after country superstar used racial slur?
House Negro.
All right, let's read it for the people.
House Negroes be out there jumping on grenades. Let's
read it for the people, Rico.
And I understand that that's your boy, but he got to clean that up, not you.
Go ahead. Rico, let me read it so people can understand what happened. All right, entertainment icon Puff Daddy Diddy said that he's uncanceling country music superstar Morgan Wallen at the Billboard Music Awards. Diddy, who hosted and executive produced the award show on Sunday, had Wallen perform at the event, according to Page 6. The icon reportedly said that there was no room for grudges, despite a Twitter backlash for inviting Wallen to the awards. Wallen almost lost his career to massive cancel efforts after a video of him using a racial slur went viral in 2021. The still going down singer apologized profusely for his behavior and has fallen back into the spotlight with consistent success in his professional career. Wallen also went on to win Top Country Male Artist Award, with Billboard sharing his acceptance speech on YouTube early Monday morning. Wallen's Dangerous, the double album, has set multiple country music records. We are uncanceling the canceled, brother. Love does not rock like that, Diddy said. Page 6 reported. I looked at Morgan's situation. I looked at Travis's situation. I said, man, I got some power to do something about that, because we can't start in the music industry. We can't start that in the music industry or even in life, period. So I'm here to forgive, to unify, to celebrate, and to have everybody be free. That's my job. Diddy also has Travis Scott performed at the show. Scott came under fire after 10 people died and countless were injured at his Astro World Festival. What do you think about that, brother?
House Negro.
What makes him a house Negro?
Let me ask you a question. Did Diddy uncancel the baby?
Nope. Nope.
House Negro.
Nope.
House Negro.
Not at all.
That's why I was just sitting there thinking to myself, right? I don't think he need to be uncanceling any of them. They need to uncancel themselves. I don't have a problem with people seeking redemption and being given redemption and coming back. I just think it's a mistake for another person to do it on their behalf. Let the offender request the grace and forgiveness and leave it up to the people.
Do the work. Let them do the work, right?
Right. And leave it up to the people he offended to determine. Diddy don't speak for the fucking black race.
I guess he does.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. And that's what we make the mistake of letting his ass believe that. We need to cancel that motherfucker for uncanceling people. He needs to be canceled every time one of these. And again, I can understand his position on. Well, I'm not gonna cancel the guy, so I can only uncancel a motherfucker because of me. I can't uncancel him for you and nobody else. I can be like, yeah, you know, it's kind of fucked up what he said, but I still rock with him. I can do that as an individual. I think it takes an unbelievable amount of hubris for me to sit there and say I'm doing anything on behalf of the black race. Who the fuck do I think I am? Come on, knock it off.
Well,
stop.
Yeah, you think he's somebody. Well, he was producing that show. So
no, House Negro think they are somebody.
Yeah.
Still Negro saying fuck Diddy. Okay. Remember I told you it's always up in here. But you know why? That's because he sit there and you know House Negro surround himself with?
Thank you, Vaughn.
You know who House Negro surround himself with? Guess who House Negro is always surrounded with? 100 other House Negroes. House Negroes uphold House Negroes, which is where they get this delusion and this air of importance. So back in the day, I'm the butler, right? But the cooks in the kitchen, the Django Unchained. Master Stephen, you see how Master Stephen ran around the house controlling all the other House Negroes, and they knew he had the power? See what I'm saying? He run around smacking the shit out the other House Negroes.
Yeah.
And the other House Negroes, yes, Mr. Stephen, yes, Mr. Stephen. They calling him Mr. Stephen just like they call the white man Mr. Whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's how the structure was. So even when they brought you into the house, the 10, 15 House Negroes, they created a hierarchy there. Say, look, you're not just House Negro, you head House Negro.
Yeah.
You the head House Negro, giving you even more power.
Yeah, I remember, man.
That's some slick shit they was doing.
Hey, bro. I remember it. I remember I had a manager, man, a white dude, man. Shout out to him. Shout out to Tony, man. And so what he did was when I used to work at Foot Locker, man, I was a youngin'. And so what he did was he hired me, right?
Come on up here, Patrice. We waiting on you, girl.
Yeah. I sent you the link, Patrice. But I think she's still at
waiting
work.
on you, cuz. Check the email.
I think she's still working, but she'll be here when she gets
here.
Okay.
But
anyway, so I was working at Foot Locker, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he hired me to be the stock boy. I was the stock guy in the back, right? And so, but I used to come out there and just kill them full timers, man. So I used to outsell them full timers, man. I sell $2,000-$3,000 in like 4-5 hours. I used to kill them. It was the full timers, man. They would send me on errands just to get me out of the store, bro. I would just kill them out there.
We got to slow this Negro down.
Yeah, we got to, because I would not only because I was so much better than them because I was stocking the shoes, so I knew where they were. They was like, hey, had the baby back there for 10 minutes trying to find the shoe. I'd go right to the shoe, right to the size, get it, come back out, right? So I would kill them on the floor. So they would just send me out. Plus, I was nice with the gift of gab back there. I was nice. So I could work 3 customers at the same time, man. These dudes be working on one person. You want a Jordan and what size you? And they turn around. Oh, what size you say again? Oh, okay. Them old dudes, man. I'm calling them old. They was probably about 30, 35 years old, right? But I would smoke them. And so anyway, he made me the stock guy, right? So we were doing so well that Kenny Shoes, who actually owns Foot Locker, Kenny Shoes owns Foot Locker. They built more stock cases.
Kenny Foot Locker?
Yeah, Kenny Shoe owns Foot Locker.
I remember Kenny Shoe Store. They used to have their shoes called Kenny's.
Yeah, that store called Kenny Shoes.
Yeah, back
they actually own Foot Locker, and actually,
I thought they just not a business.
The Woolworth Corporation actually owns Kenny.
So they still in business.
Kenny owns Foot Locker, but it's many other brands in there.
That's the old Woolworth had the old.
Yeah, the old Woolworth. The old Woolworth. They own Kenny Shoe, and Kenny Shoe owns Foot Locker.
So these young folks don't know about Woolworth.
No, you don't know about that. They got CVS now. Right. Remember, CVS used to be called Save-On back in the day.
Yeah,
right?
But Woolworth used to have the lunch counters that in the 1960s they started. That was where they started the sit-ins at. Used to be at Woolworth.
At the Woolworth stores in Montgomery, Alabama, right?
Yeah. So, okay.
So, but anyway, just a chain of corporate ownership. But anyway,
let me give a shout out to my brother B Easy. Yeah, raw, the old dinosaurs.
So anyway, so I was working there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he hired these other 2 brothers there, and they was stock boys too. And we was all stock boys. We was all making the same money, right? But you know what the manager came to tell me? He said,
"What?
He said, you the head stock guy."
Head nigger in charge.
I said, I'm the head stock guy. He said, "You the head stock guy. You're my guy, Clarence. You're the head guy. So you make sure these other guys do what it is, what's supposed to be done." So I would tell them, "Hey, this is how we gonna do this." The shipment would come in. I would say, "Hey." I mean, not like that. I would just say, "Hey, bro, this is how we gonna do this." Because they would come to me and say, "Hey, bro, how we ain't got enough room to fit this." I said, "Okay, we're gonna move this. We're gonna move these. We're gonna move the Nikes from here. We're gonna move the Adidas from here. We're gonna move all the stuff from here. This is how we're gonna do it so we can fit it all in, right?" And so I would tell them how to do it, and then they would say, "Well," so they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and so I told them how we gonna do it, and then I'll be off that next day. And so I come in, the stuff is still on the ground. I'm like, wait a minute, what happened? You guys supposed to take care of this. And so they would be like, "Oh, well, we couldn't figure it. We couldn't fit it," because they want to be on the floor and sell, because all the girls out there in the mall, right? We talking about the 80s, right? Girls were always in the mall. And we had a shoe store across the street, a jewelry store, and McDonald's across the way. So girls was always out there. Anyway, shout out to Hawkeye. So anyway, man, he told me, he said, "Hey, Clarence, you're the boss out here. If they don't do what you tell them to do, you got to figure out a way to get them to do it." I said, "But how can I do it when we all the same?" He said, "You got to figure that out, Clarence." I said, "Oh, okay." But I remember that when you said that about how they would just create this hierarchy, right? So we ended up fighting amongst each other until I realized, I said, "Hey, bro, we're all on the same page here. We're all the same thing. So the best thing for us is to work together so that we don't have no problems." Once I got that established, then I said, because if you leave it for me to do, then I'm gonna have a problem. If I leave it for you to do, you're gonna have a problem. So let's just make sure there's nothing here. As long as we work together, it was cool. But yeah, it was a trip, man. I remember that. Hawkeye used a stock boy at Sears, right? Did they ever pull that one on you, Hawkeye? Hey, you're the head stock guy.
But like I said, it's always by design. This situation with Diddy, again, like I said, I like Diddy. I like his music. I'm a random fan, but I just think, I take exception to anybody deciding, again, and like I said, this guy wilding. I mean, I've known of certain celebrities that have, had certain transgressions with words they spoke, things they did, and I don't necessarily think that, they necessarily need to be canceled forever or that they are irredeemable. What I just believe is that, again, I think it's irresponsible and foolish when we go out and we say we're going to forgive somebody on behalf of an entire group of people and not have them do the work for that forgiveness. So if someone had said an anti-Semitic statement, I know one thing.
You're right, Hawkeye. You're right.
Jewish person gonna come out and go and say, "Oh, we forgive him." No, motherfucker, we got to have a meeting. The ADL gonna say we need a meeting. We need you here on bended knee, begging and pleading for forgiveness.
Yeah,
A whole
true.
It'll be a whole organization. It ain't gonna be. It won't be a Jewish rapper.
It will not play.
It will not be a Jewish rapper that's gonna fucking forgive him. So let him have said an anti-Semitic remark and see if a Jewish rapper would have forgiven him for the Jewish people.
Hey, how about the alphabet community? They don't never let their foot up off your neck, man.
But not gonna be. It's not gonna be. We're the only ones that let these offbeat, off-brand motherfuckers believe. We let them believe, these house Negroes, that they can speak for us. Oh, Diddy said he cool, so he could. Fuck Diddy.
well, okay, Rico. Who can speak for us? Who is eligible to speak for us?
Nobody as a singular individual. I would respect it more, at least if you had said the NAACP or somebody like that.
Or they come out and they make a proclamation that, hey, we want to try to work with this person.
Exactly. And they would say, this person came to us. This is what they did.
They felt bad about what they did or whatever.
This is what the ADL does. Okay. Whoopi said the shit she said on The View. Right? She had to meet with them and take classes. She had to go over and say, you know what they make you do? You going to the Holocaust Museum.
Oh, okay.
You're going to do this. You're going to do that. They make you.
They got a program for you.
They got a program for you. You don't just get to go, my bad.
Right.
We're the only fucking ones let you go, my bad. And of all people, Diddy.
Yeah, we do.
On,
yeah, we do.
But come on, it's even who it is. If it was, Skip Gates, the black Harvard professor, there's so many learned people on these subjects that tell me he spoke to Jesse Jackson. Tell me he spoke to fucking Al Sharpton. At least these are people who are in the fight for civil rights issues. The fuck you ever seen Diddy do anything on race?
I don't know.
I'm waiting.
I don't know. That's a pretty good question. Pretty good question.
So he can't speak to that. So he can speak to, he got some banging beats. All right, motherfucker, if we ask him about beats, but that's not his offense. His offense wasn't that he said your music was trash. He used a racial slur. So he needed to speak to somebody that's their field of expertise, and it's not Diddy's. So, yeah, house Negro. I knew that. No, Hawkeye, not Thomas Sowell. Not Thomas Sowell. Sorry. He's not the one. Besides, I think he's economics, if I'm not mistaken. He puts himself out there speaking on race issues, but I don't think I could be wrong. But I thought he was he had an economics degree and so
he's an economist, yeah.
Yeah, so again, rock the vote. Okay. Good job, Negro. Good job.
Yeah.
He did that shit to get his record sales up, but that was good. That was a Negro. He did start rocking the vote. Okay.
Rock the vote, yeah, man. That's the Democratic Party. The DNC paid Diddy a lot of money for that one. That he got paid on that one. I got to give him credit for that one.
I just think that we got to be careful. And again, I think that maybe the guy should be forgiven. I don't have a problem with him being forgiven. I just think
that's what my next question was going to be, Rico. Should somebody that made a mistake, should they be forgiven?
Yeah, but they have to ask for it. They have to bend the knee.
They have to come and show the remorse and the action to try to make amends for it.
Right. You can't send nobody. Hell no. You can't offend me and send somebody else. I'd be like, oh, Clarence said, and I'd be like, where the fuck he at? I don't see him. Well, he wanted me to tell you. Clarence wanted me to tell you. Right? I'm like, what?
Clarence wanted me to tell you that.
Clarence wanted me to tell you he's sorry. Wait a minute. Clarence wanted you to tell me he's sorry. Clarence ain't here to say he's sorry.
You know what?
You to tell me he's sorry.
Let me say this.
What the fuck out here.
Let me say this to Hawkeye. Thomas Sowell makes some good points. Thomas Sowell does make some good points, but then he goes off the rails sometimes too. So it just depends on what he's saying, what he's talking about at the particular time. Because some of the stuff he says is spot on, you know.
And then some of it is way the fuck out left field.
He gets into his own personal belief system, and then some of the stuff goes off the rails. Okay, so we're gonna go.
He don't like black people. Hawkeye, he don't like black people.
I think he just has his own personal belief system, and he lets that cloud some of the stuff that he's saying.
He don't like black people. He don't even like being black.
He lets that drive his thinking process sometimes. Okay, Rico.
Yep.
Are you tired of Black history?
Hell no.
Rico, let's do this.
But this is here. Let me ask you a question. That's my question. This is a question that just came to my head.
Okay.
How can we be tired of something that we've never gotten enough of? That's what I don't understand. How do we become tired of something that we've never gotten enough of? We've never even do you know the breadth of Black history that we've been taught in this country? Probably 10% Probably 10% at best. So it just blows my mind. It defies logic. It's like I'm tired of pussy and I'm a virgin.
Oh man. That's one way of putting it, Rico.
Because to be honest with you, when we're talking about Black history, we're almost virgins on Black history in America. There's a select few people in this country that truly know the depth and the scope and the seriousness of Black history. A very small percentage of people. An extremely small percentage of people.
Okay, Rico.
And I would say that almost even applies with Latin history and Asian American history. Few people know so little. Huh?
They teach their people their history.
Yeah, some do. Not so much Latin. Not so much Latin. They let their shit get whitewashed too. Maybe Asian American, but Latin American, they let their shit get whitewashed because they just as fucking lazy as we are about it. It's a laziness on our part, and it's a laziness on their part.
Well,
we're lazy about.
They must be doing. They are definitely not in our position, and so
no, I'm not. We're not talking about position. We're talking about just knowing the history is what I'm saying. I'm saying there are scholars in that community that know it all.
Good.
There are lots of scholars, but the percentage of them in that community is small compared to the overall community. The same way there are scholars in the Black community that know it all, but the percentage of us.
There's no way to know it all, Rico.
Well, I'm not saying all of it. I'm saying know 100 times more than the rest of us know. The rest of us know. We know Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Martin Luther King. It ain't a whole lot of fucking people that know much about Malcolm X. It's usually those three, and then you might throw in the peanut guy, George Washington Carver, and people know very little. Well, he made the peanut. What the fuck else do you know about him? Well, he made the peanut. I mean, and that's what I'm saying is our depth of knowledge is so limited on our history, but yet to say, I'm tired of it. How are you tired of nothing? They've given you nothing.
Wait a minute, Rico, wait a minute.
Yes.
Should we get rid of it? And let's listen to, this man says that we should get rid of it.
Okay, let me hear what he has to say. Let's
see, maybe look at the video and see what he says.
Yeah, I usually like him. He's pretty good from Vice TV.
Hi, I'm Lee, Vice's resident Black guy. It's February, and I think we should get rid of Black History Month. And before you finish writing me that death threat, please just let me explain. Pretty sure my parents did this. I'm never going to be on BET after this. It's February, and in my opinion, one of the worst times of the year to be Black in America. It's almost as if people have forgotten and are remembering you're a person again. Like, oh, hey, look, there's a Black guy in this office. We should hear what he has to say because it's Black History Month. It's also a time for racists to be reminded they still hate you just because you exist and because people that look like you appear on TV just a bit more. And personally, I think it's all because of the ways that we treat Black History Month as a society. I mean, think about it. When is White History Month? Why don't we have a White History Month? I'll tell you why we don't have a White History
Rico,
Yeah,
before he answers this question, why don't we have a White History Month?
because it's every month.
Okay, it's
Next.
every month. Every month. Okay,
Every
so
month.
so if White History Month is every month, should Black History Month also be every month?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay. So we shouldn't take
Absolutely.
out 1 month to say
No,
Black.
it should be
Black.
taught all throughout the year.
Okay,
Latin American history should be taught all throughout the year. Asian American
Okay.
should be taught all throughout the year.
okay,
But they don't.
okay.
And
So
we had to fight and kill
whose
for 1 year.
responsibility is it to make sure that that is something that gets taught?
We don't run the American education system. And even when before you start talking about teachers, you got to start talking about school systems. So
Right.
we could have predominant teachers, which we don't.
Right?
We could have the majority of teachers, but we don't. Teachers teach what they're allowed to teach.
Correct.
That's why CRT is such the boogeyman now. Because teachers that want to teach it can't, because the school system and superintendent dictate. Texas and Florida, they threw out like 40% of their fucking math books because they believed it had CRT in it. In math books.
Wow.
Math books.
Wow.
Again, so it's not the teachers that saying we don't want to teach this. It's the school system that they work for that dictate what they can teach, what they can instruct. And
Right.
those are still like 90% predominantly run by what? People who don't look like me and you.
Okay.
And that's even in predominantly Black spaces, the school boards and things like that are run by people who don't look like me and you. Period. And they decide what instruction will be taught. They decide what books. They decide number of days in school. They decide all, and we vote for those people. But most of us too fucking lazy to vote. Well, I'm gonna stop using the word lazy. You're right with that, new growth. The teacher is the parent. So
That's
what I'm
I was
saying,
getting to.
you have to do
Get to
that
that
on your
right.
own. Right. You have to do that on your own. But they're not going to be taught it in school, is what I was
That's
pushing
my
back.
point.
They're
That
not
is
gonna
my
be taught.
point. Whose
But-
responsibility is that, Rico, to make sure
Okay,
that those
But
lessons
then
get taught?
here's the second part that I'm going to throw back at you, new growth, and you, Clarence. Okay.
Okay.
Most of the parents can't teach it because they didn't learn it. Again, I told you the limited amount of knowledge that's ever been put out there to begin with. So the parents got to go learn it their damn self.
Correct.
Number one, they have to learn it.
Correct.
And then you're putting, not going to say unfair, but an additional burden that maybe the parent thought would be taught in the schools or should be taught in the schools. Now I got to take it on because my trifling ass school system won't do what they should be doing and my tax dollars pay them to do. But they have no problem teaching a wealth of white American history.
Right.
And nobody says boo about that. So
We don't have no. Well. See, like I say, when you say that, sometimes white people will think, well, you don't want white history taught. No, we just want everybody's history taught,
everybody,
right?
that's it.
We want to even kill, right?
That's it.
However
It
that
don't have to be-
whatever that looks like.
But here's the thing:
want
is,
everything to be
it's
taught.
not even it's not even equal history, just the history that
Like I
occurred.
said, they don't look
If-
like you and they don't think like me.
And here's the thing: it's not. I'm saying, oh, the history got to be equal. Oh, you 5 days of white history. No, if y'all got more history, that's fine. But we got more than what you guys are telling that y'all just don't tell.
Agreed.
That's
Agreed.
the issue. Obviously, we know you guys will have more history than the rest of us. But we all got a whole lot more than you motherfuckers to tell. That's it.
Okay, but see, here's the thing, Rico. I mean, should we keep banging on the? Let me. Okay. For example, Ronald the Union Buster Reagan.
Okay.
Ronald Reagan, when he came in office, see, all these people say, "Well, Ronald Reagan was this great guy." Well,
of course,
I'm going to dispute a little bit of that. I'm going to dispute a little bit of that. I'm not even going to get into the Grenada fiasco. I'm not even going to get into the Grenada fiasco. I'm just going to talk about. I'm just going to talk about.
Leave my boy Ronnie alone.
I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna talk about Ronald. I got to talk about Ronald Reagan because Ronald Reagan did something. Him, along with the crack epidemic, they had a crossroads meeting. Ronald Reagan in the mid 80s defunded the Department of Education of, I don't know, maybe a couple $1 billion. He took that money and stuck it into the stock market via making it available for these savings and loans businesses.
Right. You know who else was a part of that? That motherfucker Pat Buchanan.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. But
that piece of shit.
But Reagan is the one that had his hand on the spigot for the Department of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Reagan turned that spigot off, took that money over made it available for the real estate market.
Yeah, with Keating in them. That was the Keating scandal. And ain't none of those
savings and loan scandal.
Savings
and loan debacle, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that money came from the Department of Education.
Mm-hmm.
He see, when I was coming up, there was all these shows that you could watch when you came home from school, right? I was the last kid, had the key around my neck and everything, right? So when you came home from school, there was shows like The Electric Company, 3 to 1 Contact. They out here in California, they had a homework line. You could actually call in and tell them what the homework problem was, and they would help you through the math problem or help you through the science problem or whatever, right? So it was all these different things that were funded by the government, right? Because they knew that so many children were coming latchkey kids. Ronald Reagan said, "F y'all. If you don't get it, you don't get it." And that's it. And so he turned the spigot off on the education budget and sent it over to that. And of course, that debacle the savings and loan debacle went down, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying that there was places where we were being taught more. Now they pulled back on that education, and now they even pulled back even more. The Bushes pulled back even more on the types of things they would pay for as far as education. So they took economics. They had a class called economics. Pardon me, y'all. I got a little microphone issue. They had a class called economics where they taught you how to balance a checkbook. They taught you how to cook. Remember the little nachos that you put in the oven, right? They taught you how to do that.
It wasn't called economics, Clarence. It was called home economics.
Home economics, right. Home economics.
They taught you how to make a fucking bed.
Yeah, they taught you how to make a bed. They taught you how to iron some clothes. They taught you how to iron a shirt. They taught you how to do a lot of different things.
They taught me how to sew.
They taught you how to sew.
Not only did they have home economics, I took woodworking shop. I took electrical shop. This was in high school, and I didn't go grade high school. This was a class in electrical.
I'm explaining to you why that stuff is not in this school. Ronald Reagan got the ball rolling on getting rid of all of that stuff. Ronald Reagan took that stuff out. So now they cannot teach you that stuff because they don't have the money or the approved curriculum to do it, right?
The funding. It's all funding.
So if the people are not going to thank you, Hawkeye Keating and Michael McCain. Yeah. Okay. So
McCain was part of that. Thank you.
So
I was some congressman. I couldn't remember.
So if
Charles F. Keating.
Yeah, Charles Keating. So if the government is not going to fund this type of education, then who's going to pull up the balance? Who's going to be the one to teach these kids, Black children the supplemental history that they need to know? Okay, so you need to know that George Washington was the first president and all of this other stuff, but the supplementation of that information, who's going to teach it? Yeah, thank you, New Growth. He took out music and art. I mean,
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan was like a marauder on the educational system, and he just took out so many different
Well,
things.
and let's see, before we get too far sidetracked again, and we'll tell you how this also. I'll just say this before we go back to the video.
Okay.
Who did the loss of these classes affect the most? Black and brown kids.
Yeah.
Poor kids.
Yeah.
It didn't affect middle class white kids. It didn't affect
Affected the
upper
poor ones.
class white kids. It affected
the poor white ones.
poor kids, who included whites, and they didn't give a shit about them either.
Right.
And minority children in droves. That's who it affected the most. And actually, the loss of these programs did lead to an uptick in things like teen pregnancy, teen involvement with gangs. Because again, I'm not saying just music and creative arts, which was huge for me, but we used to make those. I ain't gonna get sidetracked. We used to make those little. We used to make. This is how. Fuck y'all. I am a little bit old. We used to make soap box derby cars. We used to make them and race them. And you guys know what that's like to make, where you build a wooden car to race down hills.
Yeah.
And the involvement in it, and that's some big thing. But now that's almost like an exclusive thing for people who can afford to do it, because it's not many schools that still teach it. But at one point in time in America, there was a woodworking shop in almost every high school in America. Right. They were teaching woodworking. They were teaching electrician, electrical. I remember working on an ohm thing and all that, and just seeing it, and the oscillator scope and all that. And it was just like, it was big, man. It was huge. This was in high school. They had automotive. Classes in every high school where you could bring your car to get fucking worked on.
No, but Reagan took all that money, bro. Right. Reagan got rid of all of it.
They had a high school that taught barbering.
Yeah.
You didn't have
graduate
to go
high
to
school
learn to be a barber.
Trade. You could be a journeyman right out of high school.
High school barbering, where I used to, coming up 18 years old, I would go to the school to get my hair cut for like $3.
Bro, we had a restaurant. We had a restaurant where they taught people how to run a restaurant at our school. We had what you call that? Automotive. We had automotive bays where they taught you how to be a mechanic, right?
Yeah. But they
got rid of all of that stuff.
They were teaching this stuff in high school. And Reagan, it was a better place. No, I didn't really. Here's the thing, though, Tristan, is vocational schools are almost out of existence too. So they did. So that was the thing, and I guess that sort of justified it. You take it out of the regular high schools, we make everything go to Votech. But I don't like in DC, where they had multiple Votech schools. I don't know if any of them still exist anymore.
Well, see, here's how they tried to do it, Rico. Here's the business model they tried to do it. We're gonna go back to the video. The business model that the vocational tech tried to do was that they tried to follow the same model as a 4-year college, where you get all these different loans. That you get these loans to go to school. Mm-hmm. But what they don't realize is the vocational level is very poor people going there. Only very, and so a lot of times they don't pay those loans back, or they can't pay, and then they loan out so much money that they just bust because they can't, because the people, they either don't get the job, or they can't pay the money back, or they just don't pay the money. They just don't pay the student loan back, right?
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of them are going out of business. But anyway, let's get back to the video, Rico, because you said we should. You think we should? Yeah, you think we should keep Black History Month, but this guy says
no.
I
don't. Well, I want to hear his argument. Go ahead.
No.
I need to hear.
Every month of every year is White History Month. Every book, every biopic, basically every day celebrates white history, and that's the reason we have Black History Month to begin with. Black History Month was started in 1916 by Black historian Carter G. Woodson. Woodson wanted the study of Black history and the accomplishments of Black people to be highlighted and appreciated in both academia and in wider American society. So in a combined effort with the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, he started Negro History Week. 50 years later, during the Civil Rights Movement, student groups on college campuses would petition that week be expanded to a month. And finally, in 1976, roughly 60 years after it was started, a sitting president would formally acknowledge Black History Month for the first time. Nowadays, because virtue signaling is really important on social media, we make a huge deal about brown faces for 28 days and then ignore them for the rest of the year, creating this dynamic of resentment among racists and disingenuous empathy among woke whites, like, oh, it's Black History Month, why don't we all listen to Cardi B and go watch Black Panther? Let's look at what's been taught during Black History Month, because it certainly isn't all Black history, since, that would clearly take more than the 28 days of the shortest month of the year. Really, it seems to only be the stuff that doesn't make white people feel uncomfortable. I would argue Black History Month isn't really about Black history. It's about only teaching the pacification of Black people. You only hear about the good ones. You hear politicians talk about Frederick.
Do you agree with that, Rico?
God damn it, I told you that.
What?
What he just said.
What did you tell me?
It's what to make white people feel good.
No, I know you said that. I'm talking about he said that they only teach you in Black History Month, they only talk about the good Negroes.
Absolutely. I said that. Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King, Harriet Tubman, anybody that's nonviolent, anybody that's not going to fight for their freedom, but
I don't know about talking about Martin Luther King wasn't a fighter, brother. I don't know about that one.
Excuse me.
I don't know about that one.
He fought non-violently. But they ain't gonna
to me, anybody that gets their house firebombed and stays on the job, to me, that's a G. I used to say the same thing about him, but
a G is Nat Turner. That's a G.
You know what, man?
Take him up.
You know what? Nat Turner is a G, but
Taking
you don't think wait a minute. Martin Luther King, the FBI
he
used
was
to
a G. I'm not saying he wasn't.
I mean, bruh.
I'm not saying he wasn't. He was. I conceded.
Okay, brother. Thank you.
Okay, I concede he was. Believe me, I love me some Brother Martin. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm just saying is you can't let them off the hook.
I know. Now here's where I agree with you, Rico. Here's where I agree with you.
All of them.
Here's where I agree with you.
My angels.
Here's where I agree with you. Most of the time they show Martin Luther King just walking up to walking out in Selma, and they show him not. They don't show the fire bombings. They don't show the assassination attempts. They don't show none of that stuff, and he still stayed on the job, right?
They barely show him. How often do you see they show him sitting in that jail cell from Birmingham?
Hardly ever. You got to look that picture up, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to look.
But they don't even want you to see
this is my point.
And the degradation that they did to him.
This is my point. But see, we got to dig deeper because we got to see that, man, this man went through a lot to get this situation the way and to try to make it the way he saw it in his mind working. He went through a lot because he saw that, he in his mind, he felt like, hey, man, I can make this happen. I can get it to the point where we're all going to be on the same page.
Continue on with the video. Let's see what the brother else does. but I agree with him.
All right, brother. All right. I just don't want us to take Martin for a sucker.
No.
Douglas, some people like Donald Trump talk about him like he's still alive. You might see something about Jackie Robinson or a Google doodle about Langston Hughes or James Baldwin. But where are the ad campaigns using the likeness of Huey P. Newton or Angela Davis? Where are the primetime specials featuring speeches by Adam Clayton Powell Jr.? Why don't we see big budget studio films about the assassination of Fred Hampton? Why is it that Black History Month only ever seems to revolve around feel-good stories of the civil rights movement and things that took place after slavery? Teach America about the atrocities committed under the banner of slavery. Teach them about the nearly 3,500 Black people that were lynched in this country from 1882 to 1968. Why don't we know about the terrorist attack on Black Wall Street in Oklahoma during one of the earliest mass displays?
We still got a couple
of
more
Black wealth and
videos, Monty. We'll
prosperity
drop
in
the video.
America?
We'll drop the
If
link.
you're going to keep Black History Month a thing, then don't sanitize it. We still live in a world where we love to talk about Martin Luther King Jr.'s life and gloss over his death. He was assassinated. He was killed for resisting oppression and injustice and for trying to make the world just a little bit more livable for Black people. Saying he died overlooks a significant part of history. If you're going to pretend like Black people's lives only matter for 28 days out of the year, at least pretend their deaths mattered as well. Because if we don't reach further back into Black history, then we're not teaching Black history. We're teaching American history as white people would like to remember it. And if we aren't learning about all Black history beyond the surface, then what are we learning? Other than the fact that Black people are relevant once a year, like Santa Claus on Christmas. Has BHM taught America about the accomplishments of Black Americans? Yes. When it comes to improving the lives of Black people everywhere, what has Black History Month done on a concrete, tangible level? Has Black History Month improved the ways that the media portrays Black men? Did Black History Month protect the name, story, or reputation of Trayvon Martin? Did it allow Eric Gardner to breathe? Did it allow Emmett Till to live out his childhood? Has it raised the careers of Black people in the least racially diverse industries? Has it defeated racist stereotypes that people still believe in American society? Because I still can't walk home at night without making white people nervous when I'm behind them on the sidewalk. So you know what? No, you can keep your Black History Month to yourself, America, because I don't want it. Don't relegate my history to the shortest month of the year. Black history is American history, and it should be taught as such. And if we want more unity and to come together as a people, then we should treat Black people, our personhood, and our history like it matters every day of every month and not once a year. We don't need Black History Month anymore. We just need you to treat my history like it's also yours, because it is.
All right, man. What you got to say to that? What you got to say to that, man?
I said it. I said it before he said it. How the fuck are you tired of history?
Okay.
You a virgin and you talking about you don't want no more pussy. You ain't never had none.
Okay. Can I say my perspective then? Can I say my perspective? All right, let me say my perspective. I think that Black History Month, we should still, until we have it, we figure out a way to make it, teach American history, all of it, right, and focus on all of it and enough of it to where we teach the not only just white history, but Black history, Latin history, and Asian history. We figure this thing out. You get the smartest people that can figure out how to do this in a tactful way. Then, in the most equal way possible, then we can put down Black History Month. But until then, I think we need to have that reminder to remind us to not let that history go, in my opinion, because it's so many different things that, like you said, in Black history that we don't know, that and some of us are scared. I mean, we got guys like Hawkeye here, white people that's like, whatever, man, but some white people get really nervous about it, right? They feel like because we want to remember Black history, that we want to somehow be upset with them, when most of us just want to be our history acknowledged, so that, because when you take a people and you don't let them remember their history, then they will latch on to whatever, right? In the Bible, the Pharaoh said, hey, we gotta get rid of the older Egyptians. We gotta get rid of the older Hebrews. Why? Because they're gonna teach the young Hebrews their history, and the older Hebrews remember when they were free people, and they're gonna put that inspiration of being free into their heads, and they're gonna teach them they're gonna have a desire to be free, like their people are teaching them. So we got to get rid of the older ones. That was the plan. Get rid of the older Hebrews so that we can just have the young ones. So they won't even know what it's like to be free. They will never even have heard of something like that, right? So that's why you don't want to. We don't want our history cut off, and no other people does it. No other people will say, if you go to Asians won't say, well, let's not remember our people, and then the white people definitely won't. I mean, they will blow off a side of a building and put monuments up, and they will let you remember their people. And same thing with the Jews and others, and on and on and on.
But it's not even, but it's just a silly notion to want to forget, for anybody, to include white people, to want to forget their past. That's just a silly
That's what I'm saying. But somehow we got black people in our own ranks. I'm not even talking about white people. I'm talking about black people in our own ranks that say it's unimportant to teach this history.
No, it's not. It's just, here's the way I would look at it, and I would tell a black person: isn't it a silly notion to forget your own personal history as an individual?
That's
like,
crazy.
Why do you want to forget the shit that you done that was positive or negative? You don't want to forget it.
It's crazy.
That makes no sense. It's crazy. So if I was in a bad relationship, why do I want to forget that to repeat that again? So again, that's why they say, we don't want to we don't want to forget our history lest we repeat it again. Even on a personal, if on an individual level, it's a bad idea. As a collective, it's a bad idea. No one's going to wallow and that's the problem. House Negroes want to tell you, oh, woe is me. No, nobody's not saying that. We're just saying, let's remember where we're from and what we've been through. Period. That's it. Good, bad, and indifferent. I don't want to. I've had some wonderful times in my past. I've had some horrible fucking times in my past.
Yeah, me too.
I want to remember them all. I am not trying to forget any of them. That would be irresponsible and stupid. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse, go any further than that. We can get to the next video, but that is that's just crazy. So when the House Negroes are pushing you to forget it, fuck them. They're irredeemable.
Monty, we got one more video, man, and then we're gonna drop the link, brother.
Yeah.
So if you got a question that really you need to ask it in the chat, brother. We'll try to answer it.
Let's get this last video. We're gonna get through it now.
Yeah, we're gonna get this last video, brother. And then we're gonna open it up. Let's see. Rico, I got a question for you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Does white supremacy still exist?
Fucking A.
What do you? Okay, let me show you something, and then you tell me if it has anything to do with white supremacy. I mean, I'm gonna show you something because, some people say, hey, white supremacy is it's a figment of your imagination.
Tell me what you got. Tell me what you got.
All right, let's see. Let's do this. Okay.
I agree with your sister Ressa. It is a slap in the face to have the smallest month, but the fact of the matter is, we and like the brother Clarence said, until we can get it every month, we can't get rid of the smallest.
Yeah.
I guess it was small. Look, it was smaller before 1976. You know what it was? None.
Yeah.
So it can get smaller than 28 days.
It was just a week, right?
It can get smaller than 28 days, right? We don't want to go back to that.
That's a start. That's a start. Okay, Rico, white supremacy still exists. Are there white people that feel like, hey, because you're black,
absolutely,
that you should be
absolutely without question.
You should be off the planet, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
absolutely
let us see.
That is not the majority of it.
So it's not only black people saying that this guy's white supremacist. It's white people saying he's a white supremacist, right?
He said.
He said, okay. So they're saying it as well. So, but there's people out there saying that it doesn't exist. Let's take a look and see.
Okay.
Doesn't have the death penalty, so he's facing life in prison. New York's governor is calling on leaders to choose human lives over guns.
We will be known perhaps temporarily as the place of the Buffalo shooting, but I want our place in history to be the place of the last mass shooting in this country. And working together, we will achieve that.
President Biden and the First Lady are planning on visiting Buffalo on Tuesday. Courtney, back to you.
Sarah Welch
Frequents the area around the store, claims that he met the shooter as he was exiting the supermarket the day before the shooting, and that Peyton Gendron told him he was traveling the country but would be back tomorrow. And that witness says he was also there when the suspect returned, and as the shooting unfolded, he thought at first someone was shooting a movie.
This is 18-year-old Peyton Gendron making his first court appearance, now facing multiple murder charges. Gendron surrendered to authorities moments after committing the deadly massacre at this top supermarket in Buffalo.
This event was committed by a sick, demented individual who has fueled a daily diet of hate.
At 2:30 Saturday afternoon, the 18-year-old from Conklin, New York, pulled up to the store and began firing on customers and employees. Investigators say Gendron had scouted out the layout of the store in advance. Dressed in tactical camo, armed with an AR-15 rifle with an illegally extended magazine, he shot 4 people outside the store, killing 3. An armed security guard shot Gendron, but his bullets were deflected by body armor, and Gendron then killed the guard and went inside the store, working his way front to back while live streaming the assault on Twitch.
The evidence that we have uncovered so far makes no mistake that this is an absolute racist hate crime. It will be prosecuted as a hate crime. This is someone who has hate in their heart, soul, and mind.
And the suspect's motive appears quite clear. Investigators say he spent months planning the attack. A sprawling 180-page manifesto was published to Google Docs days before the attack, detailing step-by-step plans while shedding light on the
they're gonna be suing Google Docs.
Ideology. The FBI is scouring the suspect's residence 200 miles southeast of Buffalo. New York doesn't have the death penalty, so he's facing life in prison. New York's governor is calling on leaders to choose human lives over guns.
We will be known perhaps temporarily as the place of the Buffalo shooting, but I want our place in history to be the place of the last mass shooting in this country. And working together, we will achieve that.
President Biden and the First Lady are planning on visiting Buffalo on Tuesday. Courtney, back to you.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Ouch. So we have people here. We have people here that say that racism does not exist. Okay. What do y'all say? What do y'all say? Does racism exist? Tristan said, where is NFAC? I don't know what that is, man. That's an acronym for what? I don't know what that is, Tristan. But anyway, does racism still exist? Well, I think what we confuse a lot of time with racism with bigotry, because racism is a competition for resources, whereas bigotry is more of a emotionally motivated type of deal. Whereas racism's well, let me say this: does racism still exist? The white supremacy still exists. White supremacy, meaning that there are some white people. There are some white people that feel because they're white, they're better than everyone else. We really, we don't believe that. We don't want to believe that, but absolutely it's true, because obviously this young man that did this crime here subscribed and said he was a white supremacist. He said it. The people that arrested him said it. The people that on the scene, the first responders, said it. People that spoke to him said it. So he obviously said it. So therefore, he's obviously white supremacy does still exist. Oh, Chief Patrice, I got you. Okay, so yeah, maybe they are out there, but I
They're
mean,
undeniably out there. I don't even know why we even play this game.
no, I'm talking about the NFAC. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
they
they're
are
out
out
there
there.
too. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I don't know why people play this. And it's
Well, Rico, like you
every
said,
time
you
it's
talked
one
about.
of us. Those are the motherfuckers I want to see gone, because we have enough problems as a people to have people who are skin folk that's denying the very dangers that we face. I live in a pretty liberal, pretty safe, diversified area, but it
Okay.
don't mean that one of those motherfuckers can't come here.
Okay.
And for me, I don't care how safe I am or how of an educated and diversified area I live in. I would never say that shit doesn't exist when people live in places like Buffalo, Alabama. You know, are you out of your fucking mind? How do you, in a place of safety and security, feel so removed from the rest of us, knowing our, and see, you know what, that's a part of that goes back to the history conversation, because enough of our history isn't taught, because these old house Negroes, these fucking sorry ass motherfucking house Negroes who don't know our fucking history will sit back and believe it ain't never happened to me. It ain't never happened. Fuck you. It shouldn't have to happen to me for me to care. And that's what disgusts me about people like that. I'm more angrier of these skin folk motherfuckers who would deny the potential harm to us than I am of the white folk who do it.
Well,
because the ones who gonna do it, I mean, if you look a particular way, you don't like me and you want to kill me, okay, that's part for the court. But why would a motherfucker that look like me set me up with stupidity? Oh, go ahead, Rick. No, man, it's just I'm disgusted with giving them a pass for what that's what we started with Malcolm, that house Negro mentality. Because I'm close to him, proximity to whiteness, proximity to power and privilege. That's your problem.
Okay, Rico. I'm black.
Yeah.
You know how, like in the alphabet community,
don't even believe they black.
Okay, in the alphabet community,
okay,
you can say, hey, I identify as a whatever, right?
You can say whatever you want, but the world is what the world, you are what the world sees you as.
Rico.
So you can identify. I can identify as a fucking alien. The world sees me as a thing.
I'm identifying as a white woman, Rico.
Okay, but the world
I'm a white woman.
Great. Look. And let me tell you this: if you've been standing there, I'm a white woman. We're gonna put one in you. It's like what? Pop, Becky. He'd be like, pop, Canada.
Ooh, boom! Here's an extra one. There's an extra one just for thinking you're a white woman.
I'm a white woman. I'm
a white woman. Get him. Get Rico. Get Rico.
What the world sees you as
just for you.
What the world sees you as is how you will be treated. Period. So again, like I said, that whole concept, and believe it or not, them house Negroes, they believe that.
They believe what? Oh, Rico fell off. Okay, he said the house Negroes believe it. So, what do y'all think, man? Y'all got this. Y'all got the link out there. Y'all got the link out there because we wanted to talk about whether white supremacy still exists. Is there anybody that thinks it doesn't exist that wants to come up here and talk there and say that it doesn't? Shout out to Marcus.
And I ain't gonna be all night arguing with your ass.
I'm not gonna be all night arguing with that because I think most of us have enough sense to realize, at least the people here have enough sense to realize that it does exist.
I don't know what we can do about it. I don't know that. I don't know how we can resolve it.
That's what I want to talk about next.
I got a solution, Rico.
Yes, sir.
take over the world. Like Pinky in the Brain. Hey, listen, everybody remembers Pinky in the Brain, right?
Yeah,
Take
I
over the
love that.
world.
Pinky in the Brain. Yeah, take
Exactly.
over the
That's
world.
what we do.
Jay, can you give me a minute? Because Monty said he actually had a question. I don't know if he's got to go real quick.
Yes, sir.
So let me let Monty ask his question. Monty, do you have a question, man?
And shout out to you, sir.
Monty, can you hear us?
Oh, I got to turn my YouTube off.
Okay. Okay, be careful, Patrice. All right.
You too, Monty. You driving too, so be careful.
Yeah, man. You driving, man. Be careful. You guys that are driving, be careful.
Yeah.
Oh, he fell off.
Be careful.
Okay, Jay. Sorry about that, brother.
No, it's cool.
I see you, Hawkeye.
I see myself on the phone. It's funny. But no. But yo, man, I respect Rico just chilling outside, man. See, respect to the man for being outside and not in the freaking house.
Gotta
Stuck
get
in a
that
bat
vitamin
cave.
D, baby. Vitamin D.
Exactly. But no. When it comes to like there's a lot of things you guys covered, and there's a lot of things that I really did agree with. And there's not pushback, but just a tad bit controversial on my end, where it says it's not that whenever we talk about Black History Month that we're harping on like what happened. We understand that it happened, and that's on my friend. Yes, and those sacrifices those people are the very reason why you are here today. And I honor and I respect that. That never leaves my mind. Never ever will I say we're holding on to that too much. That'll never come out of my mouth. I promise you that. They'll never come out of my mouth. But the thing is, for me, was where I know I don't want people to use that, at least my own people, to use that excuse to get out of linchpins for things that they may have messed up on. You know what I'm saying, Rico? Out of the consequences of their own actions that they caused. I'm like, oh, this is why they roast. No, dude, you stole something. What the heck you talking about? I don't want to, dude. You can't stop using. I tell my people, stop using that in a linchpin in a freaking law. I'm getting tired of y'all using that. On the other hand, if it was like, yo, they specifically called us out and we the only blacks here, then I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying when you say something like that. But don't use it as to get out of the clause of your contract or to get out of a situation that you caused, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
Let me ask you a question, Jay. Because something you said to me just brought something to my mind. So what if just pretend for a moment that Black history was taught throughout the year? You know what I'm saying? Because then I think that's the problem. It being just 1 month is all in your face, boom, 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 and people get extra in February. But if it was taught all throughout the year, like all other history, I just think it would I don't think it would bother people. I think that's the problem is we push it all into a month and people are like, oh, they make a fucking big deal. I'm like, okay, make it every month and just spread it out. I'm not saying just that little 1 month of information. I mean, new information. Like the speech that Brother Clarence did at the beginning with Malcolm. That was great. And so many other stories. I saw a story earlier about Abraham Lincoln's seamstress was a Black woman and she was the first seamstress. And I didn't know that shit. I was like, oh shit. Elizabeth Keckley. And I was blown away. My age, who I think I know. And that's why I said there's so much more history we don't know that we could feel throughout the year. Would it be less? I think people would use it less as a crutch, like you said, as an excuse. Because now, motherfucker, we talk about it all year long. So
we do.
February ain't special, goddammit. We talk about it in February and in March and in April and in May. And yeah, it may be more, but we still talk about Black history too during those months. That's something that just popped in my head where I think I see the pushback. Like the brother said in the video, my people, and even white people get upset about it in February because we concentrate this shit.
Right.
Well, that was just my thought. What do you think?
No, I agree with you, sir. I think the thing for me was, okay, there's going to be a weird comparison that I make, but because I'm going back into my childhood, I'm realizing I did more Black history in the church than I did outside. And the reason why I did it like that is because our church kept preaching it. And guys, this is when I was still a Christian, and I'm actually thankful for those days because I learned more about Black history in my own church than I did in school at all. And hey, listen, you can blame the school, blame whatever you want. They ain't teaching us that crap. That's actually true. They ain't teaching us that. Now to give some leeway, they would show us videos of like movies of like, you know, Martin Luther King and all that. We would watch all that. So I'll give some Caucasian teachers, they do, because they did that. Now it's not like to like, here you go and this is it, but they would actually give us a quiz on it and all that. So there were some that did care, there's some that didn't care. I'll give you. So I definitely saw that in school, but more often in churches where it was practice. But I think of it like Kwanzaa. You celebrate all the days, but the thing is, you stretch it out in a month with history, with Black History Month is what you would do. And screw that, call it Black History Year. That's what you would call it. You celebrate it every year, and then you would bring up a historical figure of each time: Muhammad Ali, Harriet Tubman, Malcolm X, Frederick Douglass, Louis Armstrong. Like you bring all those cats up, and the reason why you think you do that is because you actually get to understand a little bit more about them. Like, for example, nobody knew Frederick Douglass had a wife was white. Nobody knew that until you actually looked it up. And Brother Clarence, did you notice a lot of people don't want to acknowledge Beethoven was Milano. Beethoven's grandmother was black.
No, I mean I heard that, but I hadn't researched that myself.
No, but the thing is, the brother's one of us. And
Yeah,
another reason, another of our creations through a black person. So, yeah. So, so like I said, it definitely exists.
That's
It's
why
just a matter of us going to look at it.
You know, there's no one person that knows everything. That's why all of us have to learn, so that because you'll bring something to the table, then Rico, then me, then New Growth, then Monty, all of us will bring something to the table. So that's why we all have.
How can we be tired of something that we got such a small sampling of in the first place?
Well, see, people are telling you, Rico, that you got too much. You got
right.
a whole bunch.
It's crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. But if somebody tell you enough, if somebody you respect tells you enough that you getting too much of something, then you're gonna say, I'm getting too much of this. But you really ain't getting enough, right?
Let's turn it over to Brother Monte.
So what he had to say.
So my question was, first of all, Brother Rico, every time I come on here, like me and you line up every time.
Thank you, sir.
Man, every time. We're
gonna work on you, Monty. We're gonna try to fix you, brother. We're gonna try to fix you, Monty. We're gonna try to get you right, brother. Line up with Rico.
Because I come up with old school Southern grandmama. I'm in Georgia. I'm in the deep South. South, and so the way I was raised was to look at everything for what it is. So when we were going through, as you were going through the videos, and we talking about, well, we got to stay locked into who we are so that we can now move forward. Where the people that you're talking about locking back into, they never were brave enough to challenge the white people. They always say, hey, yeah, there come boss. Y'all quit. Now, this is real. Not what the people that say, yeah, no, I'm talking about my great uncle, my other great uncle. It was only a select few that were really brave enough to challenge the powers that be. So some of that is a false narrative to us. So the things that we are really teaching and the things that we're really planting in the soul of those that come behind is to be fearful. Now, if we look at what we're willing to do to each other, now we teach each other to, hey, if that nigga say something to you, go get it, right? But if the white boy say something to you, everybody know, don't say nothing. Why is that? Why is it embedded in us? Why is our immediate thought, if he say it, man, just hush, because that could be problems. But if he say it, man, you better get your respect. Why is that? Now, how is it that we are going to come up and be great as a community if we only are willing to defend ourselves against each other and not against the enemy? That's a real question. I ain't figured it out yet.
Okay, well, let me interject on some of what you said, Monty. Okay, first of all,
no, Brother Monty, you brought the fire, and then I never even thought about that, but that is so true, because even if you go all the way back in history, back in the 1800s and 1900s, you did have some select black men that would stand up to white power. Unfortunately, they were the ones that was hanging from the trees because they would lose their life demanding their respect. So the others did become more fearful of that. However, there is that dichotomy where we're not fearful of losing our life to someone who looks like us.
But
You know,
but
someone
at
who
the
is
same time,
understanding
but at
you.
the same time, I'm not. I hear what y'all are saying, but I'm at the same time. Those people, it may not have been fear. It may have been that they were trying to sacrifice that
Right.
situation because.
But
Wait a
but
minute.
Clarence, let me say. What I'm speaking of is I'm not saying what their reasoning is. I'm saying why do we not tell their stories?
That's what
Their
I'm saying. Okay, let's
history.
tell their
Right,
story.
Because
right.
you know, that's
And
what matters. It's like
that
that's part of our
and
history.
that's where I'm at. So why do we scave over everything
Because
that was done to us, but then highlight everything that we done out of hate? Man, look, I'm tired of this now. But we that there will make Wikipedia, the world news, this boy that did that in Buffalo, and y'all now show him up in the little suit and got him half dressed, make him look like he got mental issues. It's not gonna be no repercussions for him. He gonna end up in a mental hospital, sit down for and take medicine and eat good for the rest of his life. That's what he gonna do. If that had been a brother, he never would have got to just surrender. No.
pop, 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 pop,
No.
pop. He would have been whistling on the way to the coroner's. They were
Man, look
carrying
here.
his body would have been whistling, right? So many holes in him, right? But here's the thing, brother. This is what I don't want us to do. I don't want us to look back on our people and say, "Well, our people was cowards." No, a lot of them made sacrifices. Wait a minute, brother. A lot of our people made sacrifices so that they said, "I'm not going to make it. So let me sacrifice so that the next generation can make it. Maybe they'll be in a stronger position to be able to stand for it." I don't want us to just say, some of our people were cowards. Harriet Tubman had to pull guns and knives on grown men to make them walk away from slavery. I agree. Some of our people were.
But
They're
Clarence,
terrified. They were terrified.
but my question is, we're talking about Black history. What
Right.
the question is, what Brother Monty said, and it just struck me when he brought up like whether it's his great uncles or so on and so forth. My problem is, as a Black man, too many of our heroes have been lost to history that we will not remember or celebrate because you got other Negroes saying it's too much. I'm like, no, that's why I say there's too much Black history that we're not being taught.
I know.
I'm gonna drop this and I'm through with it. I'm actively raising a son, and he's a straight A student, and all honor roll class, not honor roll class. When he graduates from high school, he'll be done with his first semester of college. When he
There you go,
graduates high
man.
school.
Make sure he stay on that math and science, brother. Make sure he stay on that math and science. Okay.
Congratulations, Mark.
He's super athletic.
Okay.
But because of the social construct that exists here in Georgia, he still feels because it's prevalent here. They still have a way of making the young. Now, if he was gay, they would pump him up through that. If he was putting on like a girl and was wanted to identify something, they'll pump him up. But because he's coming from a construct with a father that's telling him how to be a man, his pride in himself gets shunned upon. That is something that I don't know. I can't beat it because I have to send him to this school. If I'd have been better, then I would have homeschooled him. I can't beat that. I have a daughter who is maybe smarter than him. And she is a superb athlete as well. She's playing on an AAU team that has 12 players 9 of them are gay, whatever you call it.
Right.
They're 14. They're asking me to send my daughter on trips with a group of girls. That's just like me sending my baby to a group of boys. Like,
Yikes.
no. But then when you say that, then you homophobic or you did. No, you're not going to indoctrinate my baby to the shit y'all do. Right? That's what I'm making a point. That's what some of the older generation that we so much cling to were not willing to do. My grandmama told me, if it ain't right, fuck them. And she prayed. If y'all remember back, you could hear your grandmama be talking. She be praying all day. Seemed like she's talking to herself. When I got older, I knew what she was doing. She was praying all day. But then she told me a prayer's good and a prayer meeting. And worth a damn and a bad meeting. Fuck 'em.
Okay.
Fuck 'em. So I protect my babies. My babies are all black. I have a black wife and black kids. And I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. What I will not do is allow them to be indoctrinated by this world. And I don't think our community stands up for the things that the real OGs or the real elders, that's what I prefer to call them, the real elders taught me when I was coming up. You don't get that taught anymore. Church is not the same. The family union is almost non-existent. The things that keep you connected to who you are not present anymore. But we're still talking about what we're going to do based on our history. Well, how do they know?
Touche,
Well,
sir. Touche.
well, brother, my thing is this.
That's a mic drop.
Everything you say is right on point. I just want us to remember. We remember our brothers and sisters from the past. They made a lot of sacrifices because they said, "I may not get there, but another generation may be able to get there. Maybe in a position to take advantage of my sacrifice and be able to get there." So I don't want us to consider them cowards. I want
No.
consider them. No. But I'm just putting it out there, brother, because I'm talking to more people than just us on the panel. So
yes, sir.
I'm just saying I don't want us to be considered it. I want to. Yeah, you may have looked. It may have looked like mama and daddy was scared, but they wasn't. They was making a sacrifice for us.
I respect that.
Right, you know what I'm saying? They were making sacrifices for us. So I want us to think in those terms, so that we can be, because that is the reality of what's happening. That's the reality of what was happening at the time. But I want to get New Growth in here, unless you got something to say, Rico. I want to get
Go ahead.
New
Hey,
Growth.
brother Negro. Go ahead.
Hey, peace, brothers. Go ahead, keep it. I'm listening.
No, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be real quick. I just wanted to say I keep getting tapped in on the spot where Monty said, and I think we really got to do this. This is the part. Too many of our heroes are forgotten to history.
Right.
And they're from places obscure places that we never thought of. Remember, our history has always been oral. Our history has not been written. So the stories of your grandparents and your parents and so on and so forth, and your great grandparents, and when he told me the story about his, I was like, I've heard so many stories of people like that who lost their life for whatever reason, and we don't do nearly enough celebrating or discussing it. And that's what I want us to do more of. So when people sit there and talk about, oh, it's too much black people, I'm like, the fuck are y'all talking about? We're barely scraping 5% of it. We're barely scraping. We may be speaking of the best 5%, but there's 95% more black heroes out there, men and women. You know the funny thing about it was everybody tells the history of Rosa Parks. You guys do know Rosa Parks was not the first woman that did the bus boycott.
Right. That's correct.
Yeah, there's more.
Her name was Colette Colvin, but she was like
Colette Colvin. That's not her name, but yes. She was
begin with a C. I know you're talking about.
She was like 15 or 16 years old, but she was unruly. Yeah. She was a younger black woman who went to jail for it. Yeah. And I was like, see, that's what I'm sitting there saying. It's too much of our fucking history. And then when people sit there and go, it's too much, especially when they look like one of us. I'm gonna stop, Negro. It just boils my fucking blood. Go ahead, Negro.
No, I'm listening, brother. I agree with what y'all saying, and just breaking down the whole the premise is like, I know my brother Jay said, we can't rely on the past, and that's true to a certain degree, but I like to use the analogy of like the Dallas Cowboys, right? When you think of the Dallas Cowboys, when they got a
Why
two
you
and
had to start that shit?
I'm just saying, like, they got a two. Let's
Why
say
you had to start that
okay,
shit?
because they're a winning legacy, right?
I'm a commander. I'm a Washington commander. Watch your mouth.
Let's say the Lakers then. Okay,
Okay, the
they
Lakers.
have a tradition of winning, so they always rely on that tradition. That tradition is what they stand on. We can never forget our tradition. And our tradition, we've been taught that our tradition is a tradition of losers, of slavery. No, we have a tradition of survivors and fighters and overcomers. So I will never forget that. Like I was saying earlier, I'm glad that my daughters, when I adopted them, it was 5 and 8. And unfortunately, the school, they were falling through the school system. They weren't learning nothing anyway, but that worked to our benefit because they weren't indoctrinated with the George Washingtons and the Pilgrim. I told my wife, excuse my language, fuck that. I'm homeschooling them. We gonna go ahead and go. We gonna learn about Fannie Lou Hamer. We gonna learn about Malcolm X. They love the movie. Oh, daddy, that's Malcolm X. We gonna learn about Basquiat. We're gonna learn about all of these people, that played a part in our society. So it's easier for them to go in and learn the so-called American history and say, oh, that's not necessarily true because Christopher Columbus, the land already existed, or why are you saying this? George Washington was not always the greatest. He also owned slaves and he had so when you give him your history, we have to give it. If that's our like a language, like if I'm Spanish, I'm going to teach my kids Spanish first, right? And then we'll learn English and other things. So we have to teach our kids us first. There's been so many things that have been pulled away. So when we start to give them Black history at a certain age, they like, that don't sound true because they told me something different, and I got A's on that, right? But you telling me this as an outsider, like this is an example. Like right now, I'm reading the autobiography of Marion Barry, and they're fascinated. Like what they love to see me read, so they read. What you reading, Dad? This is Marion Barry, and everybody remembers as the crack addict, right? The mayor that smoked crack. They don't remember.
That's mayor for life.
Oh, I'm from the home.
Life.
I'm the home from DMV, So I know
Gave me
what
my
he
first
did.
job.
Exactly.
Okay, so Marion Barry, wait, Negro. Marion Barry was the mayor of D.C.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's a country boy from Mississippi, right?
Yeah,
he became the president of SNCC, and he just came there and he put things like pride, the movement in place, and all of these things we're learning. That's Black history. I don't need you to teach me that in school, because in school they're gonna teach me something different.
I think he fought and pushed for more Blacks to be in the federal government in D.C.
Oh man, he built D.C. He literally built D.C.
Like a motherfucker.
He literally built D.C.
Huh?
Like for the thing, he literally built DC because a lot of people don't know DC was still considered the South, right?
Yeah, it was.
So it was a lot of 90% of the, 70-80% of the population was Black, but whites owned all of them.
Yeah, people don't realize that. I think it was the Summer of Red, maybe like in 1919. How many Blacks were killed in D.C.?
Right.
In Washington D.C. during the race riots. They had race riots like in 1919. And a lot of free black people were killed in Washington, D.C.
Right. And he fought for actually the power for D.C. to have a mayor. It was only one mayor before him.
He couldn't have a mayor.
Right. They changed it back now.
Harold Washington.
Right. And he helped create the Prince George's County, the richest county for Black people in America for years.
Still is.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
that shit ain't in Atlanta. That shit's in Maryland.
Right. But what the media say? He a crackhead. He got caught smoking crack. So we have to teach our Black. I'm not looking for nobody else to justify or push our history. We know it. We don't know. We have to fight like hell to learn as much as we can. We know who.
So Negro.
But we know it. We gotta teach it and we gotta tell it.
That's
That's
what I'm
the
saying.
problem.
So
I'm
how
not
do we
telling
get
you.
around that? Because, like you said, we're not being taught in the regular school system the depth. Maybe they will touch on, Martin Luther King and George Washington Carver and Harriet Tubman. They'll touch on them, but the depth they won't go into really depth of
But
the
but
situation.
Clarence,
Hey, did the school teach you how to rap or how to dance or how to get down or talk to a female, how to
nope,
Nope,
flip or shoot dice? So what are we
nope,
talking about?
nope.
We don't
nope,
learn most stuff from
nope.
school anyway.
No.
They didn't teach you how to court a
Okay,
female.
but you learn but stuff like that, brother Negro. If we learn on the street or we get together and teach each other,
Right.
we don't do that as a group. It's usually got to be parent to child that's actually teaching that lesson, like you are showing how to read and how to sit down and actually open a book and read it. Okay, usually you don't have groups of black kids that do stuff like that. You typically, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Maybe there are groups that do that and play chess and all that, but typically as a group, we don't really have groups that do that. They teach each
Right.
other every rap song and all of these nasty dances and all of that.
Right,
But
you
when
in
it
there
comes
around
to
a group of people.
Right.
they typically
My
not
bad.
going to do a whole thing on Malcolm X or or
Right.
you know what I'm saying, or any of these other people in history. So how do we do that? And my opinion is through the parent, like you doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
But
In the
what's the
community,
other way?
the church. Like my brother Jay said, he learned a lot from his church. He learned a lot of black history from his church. Like I remember the school, I remember school here in Atlanta. They came and said they were going to take the kids to see Wakanda. Oh, they dancing on the desk, they doing it. Take them to see Malcolm X. Take them to see Nat Turner. Take them to see these things,
But
right?
here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem that we have, brother Negro. The problem that we have is that okay, we got a white person in here, probably a couple more, but we got Call Me Hawkeye, definitely, right? White guy, and he's like, whatever, right? You know what I mean? Do what you do. As long as you don't hit me, I'm on. I mean, he's not. But most white people don't think that way. The problem is most of them get nervous when you start really digging into the history of black people. They get nervous, and it may be justified because when we look at this history and we start looking at some of the stuff that was really done to us, some of us get emotional about it, right?
Negro, can I take this one for you, sir?
Go ahead, brother.
Why
I'm
the
listening.
fuck do
I'm
we
in the go
care?
ahead.
Why do we care, Clarence? Again,
No. I'm not saying we care. I'm saying they care, and so
no, they
that's
care.
why that. But I'm saying that's why some of us we get nervous that they are nervous. You see what I'm saying? Like we get nervous that they're nervous, so we don't want to push the issue because, like you said earlier, Rico, some of us have good jobs, good homes. We live on the same street. We go to the same parties. We don't want you to upset the apple cart, right?
But brother
Again,
Clarence,
If
you
my
said
children come home and they start talking about Malcolm X, and then my children tell your children, your white children, that we were studying about Malcolm X, the parents may say, well, hey, we might kick you out of the group.
my kids come home
Everybody
talking
don't think
about
like
fucking
somebody,
George
right?
Washington. My kids come home talking about Abraham Lincoln. So what?
But I'm
But
saying,
Clarence, when are they not afraid? When are they not afraid of anything we do? Like we
Exactly.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, how do we get around that issue? That's
We
the issue
can't.
that we got to
You
get around.
can't go around it. You just got to go through it. It is
How?
what it is.
How, Rico?
You just have to. Here's the whole point. We spent 400 years avoiding it. What the fuck has it gotten us?
I hear you, brother.
in the same way we went around the SEC not allowing black players to play. We went through it. Same way they wouldn't let us in the NBA, the NFL. We went through it.
You just had to
But
say
but
We just
but
went
that was
through it.
okay. But Negro, you see that those all have commercial applications. I'm talking about now we're doing something that in effect it would actually have a commercial application. It would help
Right.
it would actually help the country
You
to
just
have
got to go through it.
more thinking black men on it, but they don't see it that way.
But Clarence, here's the thing: is
And
you can't tell white people us to their benefit. You just have to show them. It's just like they've never given away power freely. They've never
I'm
done
not
it.
even talking. I'm not even talking about white people, Rico. I'm talking about us. How do we get us
Yeah,
on the
give me
same
that.
page?
Mm,
Yeah, I'm talking about how you get us.
I
How do
got
you
you.
get us on the same page?
I got you.
Forget white
Oh,
people. I'm talking about
we're
us.
the biggest
I'm
part.
saying that our people are scared of what white people are going to think of them if they start digging into their own history. So how do we get our own people to understand that that's going to happen anyway? There's going to be
Yeah.
a segment of them that's going to think like that. So
You
what?
see,
How
See,
do
but
we
you're
get our
talking, but you're
people to
talking
look
about
at
the
us?
house. You're
But
talking about the more
yeah.
elite black people, right?
I'm talking about almost all of our people.
No,
Almost all of our
I don't think
people,
all of them concerned.
almost all of them. There's only a small segment of black people that actually think it the way we think, as far as it would be a good thing to get more knowledge.
No,
And
I think no, Clint. I think most of us think that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Just don't have the discipline.
the percentage of leadership that think that way is small. So when you look at the leadership, so in every organization, every race, every ethnicity, right? So even here's the funny thing about it, right? This is the crazy thing about it, right? People think all white people think the same, right?
that's what I'm saying.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Most don't. Here's
Right.
the crazy part about it is 90% of white America is followers. They just follow whatever the fucking leadership class tells them to do.
People as a whole, yeah.
There's a small percentage of
Nothing but
white
cattle.
America, like 5 to 10%, that's dictating to what the rest of those motherfuckers think, feel, and do.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Right.
just go along with it. We
Mm-hmm.
do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
13%, maybe 1.3% of us dictate to the rest
Diddy.
of us what we think, feel, and do. Same thing with the Latino. It's just like all of these groups are led by a small, select, elite class. And it's like our problem is that fucking elite class. Because the vast majority of black people, they ain't scared and don't give a fuck because it's like we struggling and toiling. We the field Negroes anyway. Why the
So,
field
brother
Negroes?
Clarence, do you think that lower, like lower middle class or almost on the line of poverty blacks are really afraid of kind of like, oh, if we start learning, and you think they don't have the ambition to be beyond this point, like they're scared to the point that they want to stay in poverty or stay
I don't
underneath?
think that I don't think they want to stay in poverty. I think what it is they're so busy focusing on survival, they don't have
Right,
time to. They're caught in a rat race, so they don't have time to say, "Hey, sit down. I'm gonna teach Black history to my children. I'm gonna teach it
right,
to." They don't have time to do that because they're so busy trying to survive.
right,
Most
But
right.
they don't care if somebody else teaches them.
Well, see
They're
that
not
they,
against it.
in their mentality, Rico,
I
they
don't
think
think
when
they're
they
against
send them
it.
to they say to themselves, even though American schools are really low as far as
Mm,
world the list of schools, scholastic tests, statistics worldwide, they are
mm,
slipping and slipping and slipping. I think the last thing I looked at was like this number 77, right? So, but that was a couple years ago. So, my point is, most Black people they so busy trying to survive that they feel like, hey, I'm sending my children to the best school. They'll teach them. They'll teach them. I don't have time because number one, I'm trying to live. Number two, I'm trying to have a social life.
I agree with that.
I'm too busy. I'm caught
Right.
up. You know what I mean? And
Right.
so as long as they go to school and don't get kicked out, I'm good.
But
That's how. Now we talking about
talking
the
about them
people that
teaching.
New Growth talked to me about.
Right. But we're not talking about them teaching. We're saying, I don't think, as New Growth said, they will be against if I send them to school and somebody teach them some new shit. Oh, no, I don't want them to learn that. They would sit back and be like, whatever the fuck they teach them, they
Yeah,
teach.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
if they go in
Yeah.
there and the program changes and they get to learn about other ethnicities and other
right.
races and so on and so forth, poor Black people ain't gonna go, oh, I don't, like unfortunately, like white community, I don't want them to learn CRT. Poor Black people, like, I don't even know what the fuck CRT is. So
Right. Yeah. Hey, go ahead. Right. I'm just trying to make it. Right. We just
they
trying to
don't
pay the
even,
bills.
and what I'm saying is most parents, and that's why I sit there and say why I was so offended by the whole anti-CRT, because here's the thing, right? I see all these white parents going out against CRT, right? And it's like, okay, you against CRT. And when you ask them, what the fuck are your kids being taught? They don't know. They know they don't want them to learn CRT, but I don't know what the fuck they teaching them. So they could be teaching your kids how to drink blood, sleep with animals. You don't have a clue because most of us have no idea. I use that as an exaggeration. Most parents have really wildly no idea what their school curriculum is for their children. I heard my grandson coming here the other day singing a song. I was like, "Who taught you that?" He's like, "They took me to school," and I'm like, "He was a call me Senorita," and I was like, and he was singing a little Nas X song.
Right.
Oh, holy smokes!
Look,
Holy smokes!
Clarence. The fucked up part about it is like, oh, that's my jam, right? So literally, right? Literally, right?
Holy smokes!
But here's the
Holy
thing is,
smokes!
and we're paying almost $300 a week to send this boy to school.
Mm.
We're paying $300 a week.
Ay.
Whoa.
However, this is the thing: me, my wife, his mother, and his father. Guess what?
What?
We found that school to be affordable.
Okay.
Ain't nobody look into the curriculum.
Right.
Nobody looked into what
That's
the
my
fuck
point
was
too,
going
Rico.
on.
That's my point.
And the average American parent doesn't. We send the little fuckers to school and we just say, teach them.
But that's
See,
what I'm
but
saying.
us
That's
as a
my
community,
point.
go
But
ahead.
there's a supplemental education that they need as well if
Yes.
they're not getting that. So that's what I'm saying. But
my
anyway,
question is, one last thing.
Okay.
Fuck the supplemental if the primary is fucked up. If the primary education is trash.
What can if you're a working class person, Rico, what can you do?
Nothing.
You can't afford
That's
no
the whole
$300 no month. The average black person can't afford that.
But
We
my
go
whole
bang
point
on them
is-
church doors, and
but-
no disrespect, Clarence. We bang on the mosque doors and say, "Hey, y'all only up here 2-3 days a week. Our boys need an after school program to read books. We donate books. We do things. That's a simple. That's a simple
that's
solution.
it, man.
But you know what, New Growth, you got to have people that's committed to doing that. I remember
committed.
because
You committed, right?
I was a teacher
Nah,
at
he
one of
ain't
those.
committed.
I was a teacher. I did exactly what you said, brother. I was teaching an after school class at the mosque out here in 27 in LA. I was teaching an after school class, and you know what happened? It was free. It was free. We started out with about 20 students. It got all the way down to about 2 or 3, and people just couldn't do it. No, they just didn't do it no more.
Didn't
was
want to
free.
take the time and didn't want to, because it was all free. We used to trust. That's the whole
Wait
thing.
a minute,
It's all
Hawkeye.
about trust.
Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you right.
Go ahead,
Welcome
man.
to the white supremacy discussion, Hawkeye.
Oh, dude, you know me. I'm Mr. White Supremacy. I'm Mr. Extreme
man.
everything.
I appreciate you, Hawkeye, for still for sticking your toe in here, brother. What do you got to say?
We used to trust our churches and our schools to give knowledge to our kids, and we didn't look at it at any extreme. Nothing was extreme. If there was extreme knowledge to be learned, you learned it at home. Extreme sex,
Right.
extreme,
That's what
whatever.
I'm trying to say. Okay.
Yeah, but we always trusted we still trust our churches for the most part, but and our mosques, all of them, all of our learning centers, except our schools. We don't trust our schools anymore, and we probably shouldn't, because our schools don't have our kids' best interest in mind all the time. I'm not saying it's
Agreed. You know what,
it's not that
Hawkeye, let me throw this in there, and I'm gonna let you finish. You know what went through the roof when Ronald Reagan took all of these home economic classes out, where they taught you how to balance a checkbook and how to keep your credit right and everything. You know what went through the roof? Credit card debt went through the roof. Credit card debt.
Oh yeah.
Why? Because they're not teaching you how to balance your book and keep your credit right.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't teach any of that anymore.
And the credit card companies made a mint of money. Anyway, let me let you finish, Hawkeye. Go ahead.
Yeah, but no, that's we as parents have gotten complacent, apathetic, if you will. We assume we have faith that our schools are teaching our kids what we would like them to be taught, and it's turning out that that's not the case.
Correct.
And our complacency has gotten us into this position, and it's our own fault.
Correct.
It's definitely our own fault because we're elders. We never learned this stuff in school. You know, I thought it was the coolest thing in the world to now Black History Month didn't start till after I graduated high school. But when I was in high school, we learned a lot of Black history. And to me, that was just as important as any of the American history that I learned. You know, so I probably know more about Black folk than a lot of the guys on the panel, just from what I learned in school, you know, and it was important to me. Knowledge was important, you know, that's to this day. I posted in the chat that I learned programming when I was in high school.
Yeah.
And I also was part of the whole segregation busing movement, the desegregation. So I was part of that. So they were busing from the poorest Black schools to my high school. So I got to have a lot of friends that were from the poorest areas of Indianapolis. Half a dozen of these guys were in my class for programming. They learned programming. Now this is back in 73. We just had our 45th reunion, and these guys are some of the richest guys that came out of our high school class. And they were from the poorest areas of Indianapolis. They went to Crispus Attucks High School, the poorest of the poor, and all they wanted was knowledge.
Hawkeye, tell them who Crispus Attucks was.
Crispus Attucks was the first person to die in the Revolutionary War.
And he was a what?
And he was a Black man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's so much.
Hey, Hawkeye, did it hurt you to have that knowledge? I mean, did it really hurt you? Did it really weigh you down that bad to have that knowledge?
You know, for a white supremacist, it just like burns me, man. You know, no, you're so right, man. Does it hurt anybody? Any of the knowledge any of the truthful knowledge we learn, does it hurt anybody? You know, the whole Malcolm X thing. Malcolm X to me was an important person. He was it was an incredible movement, you know. But and Elijah Muhammad. But look at the Black people that wanted to shut him down. It's kind of like the white people that want to shut the average white person down. You know, I mean, it's all messed up. And you know, Rico made a good point. It's, you know, this is all about the guys upstairs and about power. You know, they don't want to relinquish the power, and we don't realize the amount of power we have. We vote our president in with less than 40% of the registered voters. We vote our congressman in with even less than that. If you got 80% or 90% of the people to vote, you could vote anybody you wanted to in. Anybody.
Right.
You that's why. Look, Hawkeye, let me ask you this. Do you believe, and this is what I believe, and I will, my dying wish to this country will be, make voting mandatory like they do in Australia. What I want motherfuckers to say, I don't want you to be able to sit on the sideline and bitch and complain about your politics. I want you to vote. Period.
There's something to that. You know, there's definitely something to that.
And there is, Australia is the one country that I can think of that has mandatory voting. They have a holiday. So they make a holiday and you vote or you get penalized. So they have something like, we have in America literally like 30 to 35% of the country determines who's going to govern us.
Isn't that crazy?
The other 65% just doesn't give a shit.
Well, it's like you listen to you listen to the mainstream media and they talk about polling data. Do you realize that those polls on average have 2,000 people? 2,000 people out of 300 million. Now,
Yeah.
how can you possibly get a sampling with 2,000 people?
Because we're so fucking apathetic.
there
That's
you go.
why.
There you go.
We're so
Well, I'm
fucked
gonna
up
tell you
as a country.
why you guys get your ass kicked in family court. Men don't vote.
Apathy.
Women vote much more. Women vote.
Apathy.
Well, women. First of all, you outnumbered by women. You're very much outnumbered. And just in the general population, women outnumber you. Second of all, they vote way more, probably 10-1 for women voting to men.
But
so they get the stuff that they get across.
But Clarence, fuck the numbering.
Oh.
They're more engaged. If you're less engaged, so in other words, here's the perfect example, right? I got an issue, Clarence got an issue. I'm more vocal about my issue than Clarence is. Who the fuck is gonna win? The person that's more vocal about it.
I'm sorry, brothers. I had to disagree with y'all, man. I had to disagree on that.
Who's that?
This is Negro.
Okay, go ahead.
I disagree for the simple fact that yes, you can have somebody that is a puppet for you to get your votes, but that doesn't mean they're catering to your vote. Look at all of these black women that went out there. They said they literally credit them for winning the Democratic election for Biden.
Agreed.
Look at the turmoil and the lack of infrastructure that's been placed in the community. But hold on, let me finish this. But Biden's rebuttal was, okay, I know I'm fucking up. I know I'm losing a lot of the people that supported me.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just put another black woman in a position of power. And this is like you can be engaged, but if you're ignorant, they love you more engaged ignorantly. So you have to have some type of knowledge. That's why I kind of prefer people, hey, get a knowledge of what you're doing. Get it. If you don't know what you're doing, you're more deadly without knowing what you're doing, just doing it because somebody say, hey, you vote for this person because they're cool.
Okay, stop 1 second, Clarence. Okay, perfect. You set that shit up perfect. So you're right. You're engaged and you're ignorant. Now you're unengaged and you're ignorant. What's better?
No. You're unengaged. It's better that you're unengaged and ignorant
than being engaged and
engaged. Yes, in my opinion.
But do you know
explain that, Negro?
Let me finish. Do you know what engagement means?
Break it down to me. Involved.
Basically,
connected.
To be engaged is to I'm tapped into the issues.
Okay. Yes.
That's it.
Okay.
That's like I'm engaged. Okay, whether it's abortion rights, whether it's voting rights, whether it's whatever the issue is, I'm engaged. So what I always try to tell black people, I'm like, look, okay, and I try to tell black people, get engaged on the local level. Fuck the national level. Fuck you know new growth. This is the part. This is one thing I will always say. This is the thing that blows me out. How old are you, sir? Can I ask?
For me?
Roughly, yeah, just you.
I'm 44.
Okay, you're a little bit younger than me. Okay, but I always say this is the thing I always think.
A little bit? Did you say a little bit?
A little bit. It's me. Just me.
It's me.
No, seriously. Seriously. Hawkeye, don't you laugh, goddamn.
Hawkeye, don't you laugh, man.
Yeah, he's just a little bit younger than me too. Yeah.
This is,
with age comes wisdom.
Hey, Vaughn, don't you say anything either.
I know, because you boomer adjacent, right?
Hey, I probably got more gray hairs than all y'all.
Haven't even grown mine yet. I'm still waiting.
This is.
Hey, can y'all hear me, guys? Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, we got you, Mark.
All right, shut up.
And I'm gonna be quiet after this. This is literally the one thing I say is that it's like it drives me crazy when I talk to young brothers and I'm like, what drives me crazy? I'll ask them. I'm like, who's your local who's your police chief? And most of them don't know.
They don't know. Yeah.
They don't fucking know. And like, do you motherfuckers actually know
who your mayor is?
Average sheriff or police
Not
chief
your mayor.
in your community is fucking elected. You motherfuckers. But what y'all don't do is you complain about them, but you don't vote against the motherfucker. So you'll sit there and say, "Oh, he's racist." But goddamn it, you had like 40,000 votes that you could have voted no against this motherfucker, and he would have lost. He won.
So are you saying they don't know him, or
sat
they?
on the sidelines and didn't get involved? So all I'm saying is sometimes we do ourselves a disservice at the local level. Fuck
Right.
the president, district attorney, council member, city council, mayor, police chief, sheriff. I'm like, all of this shit is locally voted. Tell your
I
guy,
agree.
you want to smoke weed? I don't want to smoke weed.
I agree.
I vote pro weed every fucking election I can. I vote pro gambling every election I can. I don't gamble and I don't smoke weed. My mother was a diehard gambler until the day she passed, and my kids smoke weed. I can't stand neither activity. Fuck it, let these motherfucking niggas do
But
it.
you drink like a fish out of water.
Oh no, drinking. Oh, drinking.
Oh my
Look,
chest.
since prohibition,
That's something
I'm good.
different.
Since prohibition, I'm good. But
Facts.
the pro weed and
Glad
the
we
pro
got that.
gambling, I'm in support of, and I don't understand why when my kids, oh pop, it ain't gonna make no difference. I'm like, it's never gonna make a difference because you motherfuckers won't go vote for it.
But Uncle Rico, can I ask you this?
And they Capitol Heights, baby. District Heights, Capitol Heights.
PG in the
That's all
house.
I'm saying.
So my point is, let me ask the question: do you think the majority of these women, especially these black women who are voting, they know who the sheriff is? They know who the district attorney is? They know that?
No,
honestly,
I don't think.
No, they're just gonna pull.
Emotionally.
They're just gonna pull the D lever.
Yes,
exactly.
Right. So you're mad at the black men or the people who choose not to vote because they say I'm not going to be used. I'm not going to let you use or abuse my ignorance. If anything, these politicians if they get elected tomorrow, the ones who lose need to be in the community the next day for the next 2 years that come.
But Negro. Here's the problem is that the black man will go, oh, the black woman voted for him. Like, yeah, but you didn't vote for nobody.
But
you didn't vote for a voice.
Listen. If I'm complaining about something from the side, right, and I didn't have anything to do with it, I have the right to. I have the right to complain. If
No,
you
you
got
can't
in the
complain
game,
if you don't
hold
vote.
on, let me hear it. If you're involved in it and it fucked up, it didn't turn out your way, the person you voted in ignorantly messed up, you don't have a right to complain. I have a right to complain because I didn't engage in the bullshit.
So my question is, okay, all right, I got you.
In any other way, in any other situation, wouldn't that be the case?
No.
Why not? Give me
Absolutely fucking not. You actually believe I'm not going to participate.
No. I'm giving you that analogy. Like,
right.
let's say,
I'm asking, and I'm
let's
asking.
say, no, hold on. Let me give you this analogy. Let's say if it's a company out there, and I really don't like them. I know they kind of ripping all people, but they got a good game, and we all putting money into this company. I said, nah, I ain't gonna put money in it. And I said, man, that company's shady. The people putting money in it gonna say, well, you don't have a right to complain, right? But I'm complaining. But when you get ripped off, you have a right to complain at that point? Hell no. You
But
the one who
here's the
didn't
difference.
listen.
Here's the difference, Negro. Let me
way
give
off
you
the
the
mark
difference.
with this, Negro.
Let me show you what the difference is with that. In a situation where governance is taking place, we all are going to be affected. If you invest in a company, just you're going to be affected by it. But if unless it's some major situation, but typically it's just going to be you. And if you make money, you're going to make it. If you lose it, you'll lose it. And if I didn't invest, I just didn't invest. Now, when it comes to governance, we are going to be this person that we're voting for or not voting for is going to be able to make laws. Okay. Now, I told you guys how American politics work. It's a quid pro quo system, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are what they call political action committees. they get money from different people interested in putting this person in power, or they have some type of issue that they want dealt with by this person in power. This person promises them, because of their amount of their contribution, to deal with their issue and their concern. Right?
It's a bunch of bullshit political semantics.
Well, let me explain the whole thing first, Marcus, before
We
you
coming
tear it
south
down.
of the border with your ass in a minute.
Listen, I'm ready for you, old white woman.
So it's a quid pro
You
quo
said,
system.
Karen.
It's a quid pro quo system. So you pay to play, right? But in our situation, especially poor and middle and lower class income Black people, we don't participate in political action committees, because we just don't have the money. We don't have the expendable income, or we use our. It's not. Let me rephrase that. It's not that we don't have it. We spend it on other luxuries instead of spending it on our self-governance. So therefore, we're the last people that people come to when they're going to run for office, and they count on the fact that we are going to be ignorant to the issues. I told you guys before about Maxine Waters out here. I mean, this lady don't never say, this is what I'm going to do. This is what my plan is. This is what I'm going to do for the community. You know what her main issue is? This guy's a Republican, and
I hate the other guy.
He's a racist because he's a Republican. That's her issue. She walks up on and says, this guy's a Republican, he's a racist, I'm done. And last time she ran against a Black dude. There's a brother out here that she a Navy veteran. She ran against him. You know what she said? She didn't say, I'm going to
he's a white supremacist.
She said, no, I got even better one for you, Hawkeye. She said on the radio ads, he's a Republican like Donald.
Oh, those are facts. Literally recorded. She recorded saying that.
Yeah.
That's it. Done. That was her campaigning. And she
believe me, all you gotta do is say Donald Trump this, and they'll go against it, and you'll get numbers.
She beat this dude like he stole something.
Right, but can I ask you a question?
Yes.
And you have to ask yourself this: why is that possible? And
I'm explaining why it's possible. I'm explaining why it's possible.
But you got to talk about guys she beat. You brought her as an example.
Okay.
And that's fine. And you got to talk about the guy she beat, and as to why she was able to beat him so soundly in her district with such a weak ass. And I agree, the campaign was just you couldn't get any weaker. But why does such a weak ass campaign be so effective against a person who I always tell people, like, you know, Republicans always will come to Democrats or Black people and say, why do y'all vote Democratic 90% of the time? It's like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't just be a reliable vote. And we should switch sides. Why? And every time we say why,
Charlie Rangel was like that.
Well, I say we should. I agree with Negro.
Let me finish. Because that's the part of the equation. Because I'll tell a motherfucker in a minute, hey, I'll be ready to switch and drag us all over there. Where we going and what for? Because you're not going to have me over there looking like a house Negro. We started this conversation with that, Clarence.
Yeah.
You're not going to have me over there looking like a house Negro that you offer me. The Democrats ain't offering me shit.
Right.
You ain't offering me no more.
Right.
So what the fuck did I move for?
But that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying, but that's my point, Rico. Right. Like we like a.
But I look like a house Negro over here. Oh, massa, we sick. We
no.
Brother Clarence.
But you are offering me nothing more.
We sticking with the known. We sticking with the known.
The known evil. The known
Brother
evil.
Clarence.
The known unknowns and the three unknowns. I know what you mean.
Let's shake it up. You know, we're not gonna sit back.
But Brother Clarence, to be honest, to be fair, you know what worries me is that all these celebrities now that are going to be running for president. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because some of the celebrities, they pretend they
It's a
know
horrible thing.
how to
It's horrible.
handle the government.
It's
It's a
horrible.
horrible.
More
And now
clown.
because we let
It's more
we
clown.
let a guy before who people can have their likes or dislikes about the person, but we let a person run the country that had their own fake TV reality show about a fake
More
CEO
unqualified
enterprise.
clown.
Well, Ronald Reagan was an actor as well. You know, he was
And
he
that
was a
was the
big time.
No,
first
that
place we
dude
went
was a
wrong.
fossil.
So
That
was
was the
Arnold
first place we went wrong.
Schwarzenegger.
No, I was alive when he was.
Yeah.
He's a
Excuse me.
fossil.
But,
Negro. He was a
but
fossil.
my point is,
Clarence,
my,
Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California.
Yes.
absolutely he was.
Thank you.
Absolutely he was. And
And
that was
he
a
went
bad
on
that
to
was a
be
bad
president.
And I
situation.
still don't understand half the shit he said when he spoke.
Hey, that was a bad situation. That was a bad situation. But anyway, let me finish explaining the quid pro quo. So anyway, you got to pay to play. If you don't pay, then what happens is the person that gets elected, they have a to-do list, right?
Right.
This PAC gave me this much money. This PAC gave me this much money. This PAC gave me this much money. This PAC, and they put you by degree of money you paid, put you on the to-do list, right? Well, we as black people, we don't give no money. We try to get the candidate to move on a moral stance, right?
But brother Clarence, I agree with you, but can I give a quick pushback?
Yes.
What is the biggest movement we ever had in America as blacks? The civil rights movement, right?
Of course.
When we couldn't vote. We got more things then when we couldn't vote. We didn't have money, and we gain more things now than when we have money and we trying to play the game as if we're a part of it. We always have to move outside of the lanes. We can't sit here and look at the game from the perspective. Asians don't look at the game that way. Hispanics don't look at the game. We're trying to act like we're assimilated. And no disrespect to white people, but this day game, we got to figure out a trick tactic. We got to find different ways to approach the game, because if our biggest movement came when we couldn't vote, if we got the biggest advancements when we couldn't vote, what
was our biggest weapon at that time? Our biggest weapon at that time was economics. We had the economic wherewithal to where they had to sit down and say, hey, if we don't take that money, they're going to take that money someplace else. So we had economics behind. Now we're putting the economic.
We make $1.6 trillion, brother.
I know, but it's being funneled out of we don't even have it to spend.
Right, I got you.
We don't even have it. It goes so fast out of
We're
our
not
community.
controlling it.
There you go. That's my point. See, we were forced to spend it in our own community, so we have much more control over it. Now we're not forced to. We have a quote unquote open market. We can spend all our money everywhere. So where we at? We going out to Gucci acting a fool.
It's a mindset, like Brother Hawkeye said.
That's what I'm saying. Hawkeye, you want to jump in, Hawkeye?
I ran for city council. Okay, I ran for city council.
Did you win, Hawkeye?
City council in 2014.
No, but he ran. That's what matters.
Okay. Now, listen to me. Now listen to me. Rico said the exact thing that makes that, because I ran and because I know how politics runs. Rico talked about engagement.
Thank you.
Every one of you guys on this panel could be elected if you just got engaged. I guarantee you. I have seen it. I have seen it because people want you guys to be voted in.
Except me, I got
you got the right ideas for the areas that you live in, that we live in. And
Hawkeye
will vote you in, and it doesn't take money, because it takes just a little bit of money to do it locally.
Okay, there you go. That's what I wanted you to say. Okay, so on a local level, it may take less money, but what I'm saying is you still have to have the, like you said, the engagement. Now, how do you get this engagement, right?
How many friends you got that can go knock on doors?
Knock on doors. Well, you know, I know
all,
a few people,
that's all,
right? but would they go out knocking on doors for me to get elected?
You spend $500, you get a bunch of signs put up in people's yards. You set those signs up. You go out and you engage with the public. You find out every public event that's happening in your area, and you just show up.
See,
You might
but
be the
that's
only black face there, but you
see,
just
but
show up.
And
And
let me tell
people
you,
will look at you and it's like,
I'll tell
well,
you the truth.
this guy wants to be part of something.
I was just
Here's the
talking
You
about
know
problem.
what?
Marion Barry.
I have to push back on you a little bit, Hawkeye.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
But
no,
I'm gonna let,
go
but
ahead.
I'm gonna let New Growth do it. New Growth, because
Go
I
ahead.
know you want to say something.
We was just talking about Marion Barry, right? And I'm reading the book. And he
Okay.
came there with he was a part of SNCC, so they moved him to New York. Then they moved him to DC. He saw a need there, so he started at the grassroots. He started giving jobs out with pride. It wasn't about him becoming the city councilor. It was about affecting the people. Once he got the people on his back and he walked in the communities and he talked with the people, that's when the people got behind him. It wasn't necessarily about the dollar. The dollar started to come with his movement. So we can't just say, okay, I want to be city council and let me put on a song. That's our problem. It's too much
No,
song
New
and
Growth.
dancing.
New
But
Growth.
listen, can I finish?
You're
Let
the,
me
but
finish.
you're the guy that's knocking on the door.
Right.
You're for the guy that's running for city council, and they see you knocking on the door, and they're looking at you and saying, "Man, this guy is really participating. This guy really wants to change things." And pretty soon, the guy that's knocking on the door is the guy that's getting the money to run for city council that next term.
But but am I qualified because I knocked on the door and people like me? Did I put
You're
in the
you're
work?
as
Did I get my
qualified
knees
as
dirty?
do you know about your community? Do you know what
Yes,
you know?
but have
Do you
I?
know what
But
your community needs?
yes,
Can
I
you
know,
see
and
it?
other people know about it too, right? But I'm
Well,
talking
there
about it's people out there who are at the grassroots, who are actually opening foundation centers, who are doing this. They're more qualified.
Oh, but hold tight. New Growth and Hawkeye. I want you to sit there, guys. This is the part that I think is being lost in the conversation because Hawkeye is fucking spot on. He is spot on.
Yeah, I feel him.
And let me tell you why he's spot on, because this is the problem is that even when we talk about Marion Barry, my mayor for life, okay, gave me my first fucking job when I was 14. Well, it was actually my second job. My first job was delivering newspapers at 12.
He
Okay.
got you.
So he gave me my second job. Fuck y'all. I'm a little bit old, right? Okay. Okay. You remember the newspaper delivery job, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is this is even he will tell you, I don't know how far you deep into his biography. Most successful politicians, you don't win your first race. They have multiple losses. So
he
you
won
run
his
it.
first race. He run everything.
And what happens is each time you lose, you get more engaged. So you run a race for city council and you get your ass get dog walked. The next time you run 2, 3, 4 years later, you learn more and more constituents. When they keep seeing you come back, people then become more engaged into you because they're like, oh shit, this motherfucker Negro, we can't get rid of his ass.
Yeah,
Because
that's
your
exactly right.
commitment shows. That's what happens.
Like
That's
Nixon.
how you build a grassroots. Most people want to think, oh, I ran, I didn't win. I'm like, no, that's not the way it works. You're going to lose more than you're going to win, and you build a base through constantly running, and in between this election and the next election, you continue to engage with the community. You continue to you show that, hey, look, I'm not just here to win. I'm here for the community, and that's how it happens. It is a lot of work. It's thankless work. It's unglorious.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's a contact sport.
Yeah, it is a fucking.
It is.
contact.
I had more old women slam doors on my face than I can tell you.
But guess who did that? Combat sport. Martin, Malcolm, Angela, Harriet. I mean, if you're going to be in this business of activism and community organization, you know, it's unthankful. It just is.
Yeah.
But the you know, so the only reason why I say that is because again, we started out with talking about our history, and I think we have a long history of people who look like us. Again, we're gonna get back to the topic. A long history of people who look like us, indigenous people, Asian people, Latino people, and especially Black people who have been relegated to history, forgotten, and they should not be. They're
Forgotten by
the
my
echoes
brothers, Rico.
that are they're echoes of the past that's calling out to us to say, look, remember me. So when Brother Monty said about his great uncle, I'm like, you know, he's fucking right. And we need to sit there and speak out. He needs to reach out to him and say, I want to tell this story. And we want to tell every other story, like the story that you're sitting there telling about, you know, brother Marion Barry, that most people want to forget about because it's one transgression, but they want to forget about all the good he did. Well, he did a lot of good shit. I know the what he got caught up with, but
Who
that's
didn't
not
in that? Who didn't in DC, bro? Rico. It was like 80% of the population that was getting high back in the 80s.
Yeah,
You know.
I don't care about that. I don't care about it, but I'm saying that I'm not going to let them. In my mind, they're not going to draw him to that, but they tried to.
Right. That's why I'm agreeing with you. A lot of people got caught up in that, so it wasn't.
But we need to tell the story of all the good he did before that. When remember Peter Green?
Yes,
the radio host,
this job, yeah,
huge radio host. He went to jail. He came out of jail and was a huge. He was like the Howard Stern before Howard Stern.
Right.
Petey Green.
They had a documentary on him.
Yes.
Movie about him.
Mm-hmm.
Don Cheadle played as him.
Don Cheadle played him, right?
Came out of jail. And
so the thing is, do we want them to tell us? Do we want them to acknowledge our history, or do we? Because we can know our history.
We don't do it.
But that's our problem.
Yes.
So I need out, like I always tell everybody, library cards are free. You can go in there and dive in books, get a book every week, every month, sit down and read with your kid. They got DVDs, they got all of these things, man. We got to stop making excuses and stop being lazy. Just go get a book.
But see, this is my issue. This is my issue.
Okay, hold on, Clarence. Negro got me in my feeling. You little spoiled little fucker. You talking about DVD? I was in the library on microfilm.
Yeah,
the
Dewey Decimal System.
Right.
Microfiche, right?
Oh yeah.
Dewey Decimal System. Black thing on the end.
Yeah,
you hear that little whisper.
Right. Look. Hey, wait a minute. Hang on. Hawkeye.
Hey, Rico and Hawkeye. You had that little thing, those knobs on the side, right? Right? You turn those knobs.
Wait a minute. Clarence, Hawkeye, I'm about to really cuss my. Fuck you know about the Dewey Decimal System.
The Dewey Decimal System.
I'm an 80s baby. It still was there.
It's still there, man. It's still in their head. Absolutely.
They don't know about that shit. I'm
no.
I went to the library. That shit was cataloged like a motherfucker. You had to look shit up. Like,
well, how about looking it up on cards? You had to
I remember that.
Right.
Yes.
Miles and miles of cards.
Thank you.
Man.
Thank you. I ain't trying to date us,
but 4 dinosaurs are out here talking, man.
But he just made me mad with that DVD shit. Right?
And like Hawkeye said something that was so.
All right, gentlemen. We gotta start wrapping this thing up, man. So let's start getting some closing remarks from everybody, man. I'm giving everybody about 3 minutes to kind of get some closing remarks here. Let's start with let's start with Monty and then go across and go up to Hawkeye and then come around to Rico. Monty, are you there? Monty? Okay, he's not there. Brother New Growth, why don't you give us some closing remarks?
Great conversation, brothers. I love it.
Hold on, Brother New Growth. I'm sorry. I got somebody that just jumped into the stream. I gotta let her in and let her say some opening remarks real quick, and then we'll start getting some closing remarks. Sister Patrice,
put some respect on her name.
Put some respect.
Hello, gentlemen. How y'all doing this evening?
How you doing, sister?
All right, Patrice,
I'm good. How's everybody?
I owe you an apology, Patrice, for the way I let that stream get out of hand. I apologize to you for that. And like I said, if you read the bottom, we reserve the right to boot anybody's ass out of here. If they act a fool, I'm not going to be even. I'm not going to let something like that happen to you. But I apologize to you for that, because I already apologized to the whole to the community. But I wanted to apologize to you directly. All right.
And you know, I tore his ass a new one.
Oh man.
Well, I appreciate that, brother, and apology accepted.
Yeah, I need your appreciation. I did what
we are good. Yeah, I got a little buzz saying that he was getting his ass wore out. So I just said laughing my ass off.
I turned my foot side.
Patrice, he'll call me and he'll cuss me out.
You
And he'll say,
motherfucker.
all right, man, I'll talk to you later. And he'll call me back about 10 minutes later. Hey, let me finish up where I was at. He did it for he done it for
Right, right.
I watched a little bit more, you motherfucker. I was hot.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
But you know, it's all good. You know, I can always take a good butt kicking if I
He knows
deserve
better.
it.
He knows it's done in love. But bottom line
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
you same as I would my kids. Your ass get sideways. I'm put my foot sideways in your ass.
Hey, you know what? If I try to do something and it don't work, I'm man enough to take
I've had
you know
my
what come with it.
kids.
So it's all good.
I
But
had my son
Patrice,
on and put my
Patrice,
ass
do you want to say
sideways.
something about anything we saying?
I was listening on my drive, and I tell you, all you guys were cooking. You guys were saying some really great points. You brought up some really great talking points regarding our history, regarding voting. I mean, just all of it. I was loving it. So I'm gonna let you guys close it. And I just want to say that I'm glad that you did a part two. I think it's important and relevant for the ones that want to continue to have the conversation, for the ones that want to continue to learn the history. I think that, like Brother Rico said, if you do not know your history, you're doomed to repeat it, right? So let's not, let's not never forget. I mean, never forget. As far as, I'm not saying we gotta dwell into what happened to our ancestors or soak in it or anything like that. And I think that that's the big misconception that people get wrong about when we talk about Black history. The first thing everybody want to go back to is, well, slavery and why, and why we should. Nobody is saying we got to, we got to wallow in that, in guilt and be sad or anything like that. I'm just saying, just not forget it, because like you said, they got monuments of many Caucasian men and women that have done so many things to America, to our people, but they got monuments of these people. They got statues. They got all kinds of things to people that owned our ancestors, and we never can forget, because we see it every day. Every day we walk, every day we drive, we see these type of monuments that are a part of their history, right? Which is also a part of our history, and not in a good way. So if we talking about our history, what is the problem with that? And we get the biggest pushback from our people a lot of times, and it's unfortunate that critical race theory has gotten such a bad name to people think it's literally bad to talk about Black history, and it's not just only talking about slavery. We're talking about the good things that a lot of men and women did that is a part of our history, right? All of the inventions, all of these things. Like, why aren't these things taught just like we were taught nothing but white history growing up our whole lives? So now we are saying, hey, can we have some of this thing taught in school about our history? And it's a bad thing, because the powers that be, certain powers that be, think that the ears of their children is going to bleed. It's because the biggest thing that America is ashamed of is the travesty that was done to our people, and that's why it continuously wants to get swept under the rug. And unfortunately, a lot of our people buy into that. Instead of saying, no, we need to talk about it, we need to know about it, and it needs to be taught, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the indifferent, like all of it. Because was it not taught to us coming up about white history? So to me, that is the thing, that we have allowed, the shame of our history to seem like it is a bad thing, to where it don't even want to get taught, because we ashamed or don't want to talk about it in schools, because we are worried about what someone else thinks. Nobody ever asked us what we thought about the white history that we were taught. Nobody asked us how we felt about none of that. We didn't have a say in the matter. Now everybody wants to have a say when it comes to our history. That's the problem I have with the critical race theory thing. But I just say, teach your children as much as you can about our history. because it may not happen when it comes to the schools, but when it comes to white supremacy, does it still exist? Absolutely. And I'm not saying exist as in I think that the Caucasian race is supreme to all other races. It's the imagination of their audacity to think that their race of people is supreme to all other races. That is the problem with white supremacy and what it has caused with what this young man has done in Buffalo and so many other things, right? So we have to look at that for what it is. And if we're not looking and not listening correctly, then yeah, we're doomed to definitely repeat a lot of the history because the ignorance of people not wanting to know or not wanting to learn.
All right, thank you, Patrice.
Amen,
Appreciate you.
sister. Amen.
I'm gonna
Amen.
let the fellas cook.
Amen.
Monty, I want you to go, and then New Growth, then Hawkeye, then Enrico, and then Patrice again. All right, Monty, are you there? And then you said you had something else you wanted to say. I think Monty's got a bad connection, man. Let me jump over to New Growth. New Growth, why don't you go ahead and spit your closing remarks, brother?
All right. Once again,
Hello?
great show, man. Love chopping it up with you, bro.
Hold on,
Monty's back.
Monty.
Go ahead, Monty.
Go ahead, Monty. All right, thank you, New Growth.
Hey, I think, first of all, ma'am, that just got off, she made some excellent points. The only thing I would say to how we approach the critical race theory and how we think about the other race, I think we've been conditioned to not be willing to oppose anything that they say. And the way my grandma, I reference my grandmother every time I get a chance. She used to tell me, as a man thinketh, so is he. So if you think you less than said white man, then you will not ever in your life approach and try to beat him because in your mind, you've been conditioned to just think he's better than you automatically. So your movement is not something that's ever going to overcome or succumb him, but something that's going to keep you under him because you don't think that way. I'm gonna give you a real live example, right? I'm on my way home, just leaving. Told you my daughter's an athlete early on. When I dropped out of the chat for a second, I was watching the end of her practice. As we're on the way home, we stop at the store. There's a white lady whose car is running hot. The way I was raised, if you see a lady that don't have a man present, as a man, you have to see a white lady. Everything you get in me go against that. But it's a lady helping. No one is offering this lady any assistance. I said, ma'am, look like you running hot. Blah, 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 blah. So she popped the hood. We looking at it. As we're doing it, a white boy walked
Oh, bummer.
Just
now
getting to
he's
the good part,
explaining
He
to
was
me.
getting to the good part.
I know exactly what's going on. But now we go into the store and he thinks it's my girl. No, that's not my girl. I said, no, that's not my lady. I was just raised that if I see a female in distress to be a gentleman and a helper. Now she's on the way to where I'm on the road she was headed to drop the car. So ma'am, let's get some fluid back in the car, get it cooled off, and I'll follow you to make sure.
Monty. Monty.
We totally
Now,
lost them. It was getting juicy too.
Yeah, it was getting juicy.
Man.
Let's move the ball and come back to him.
Yeah. We got to keep it moving. I'm sorry, Monty.
Can you
Monty,
hear me?
you got a real bad connection, man.
Yeah,
So
I hear the bad spot, but the point, if you guys can hear me,
we can. It's bad. It's bad, Monty. Monty, I'm gonna drop you down. I'll bring you back up. If I want you to tell it later.
It was good though, Monty.
I'm out, man.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Monty. Appreciate you, brother. All right, let's go to brother New Growth. Are you there? Are you still there,
Yeah,
brother Negro?
I'm here. I'm here.
I'm
Great
sorry I
show.
had to put you up so much, man. Thank
No,
you
it's
for
all
your
good.
patience, brother.
It's all good.
Appreciate you.
It's all
All
good.
right,
I
man.
love learning. But it was a great show, man. Everything. Love conversating with all of y'all. OG Patrice, Uncle Rico, Hawkeye. This first time engaging with you. Nice to meet you. And brother Clarence. But
Good.
I'm thinking I'm going out on if we're gonna vote and if we're gonna really take it serious, let's not be for show. Because I brought up Rock the Vote for a reason. Before Rock the Vote, black people's voting was down tremendously. That's why I brought up Puffy. It was a funny thing. Y'all can Google that, but that's a big thing. So we got to understand: have we been brought into the process to actually make change, or are we there to make numbers? And on another note,
That's a good question, brother. That's a
right.
good question.
And so far is us changing the narrative. We can't change it to anybody else, so we change it for ourselves, right? And if I'm not looking for to be assimilated into the system. We can be our own entity. As much as Asian Americans are are Americans, they still have a very unique culture. Hispanic, we don't have to lose everything. Our history is very important. And Hawkeye was talking about how he went to school and the poorest neighborhood, the blacks got bused there, which is amazing because that you have to realize that a lot of them parents didn't know how to read that bust them kids to that school. It was the discipline. So we have to get back to discipline and having honor and integrity. Period. I think we got to a point where we can think we can play the role as other people played it.
Well, Negro,
yeah.
You got to come up with a way to do it.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. Like I always say, library cards are free. If a brother like you was in the city and you had a class like that, you might not been the marketing guy. I might know somebody. Hey, man, we're gonna get out here. We're gonna get the coolest kid in the school in the area to come to your class. We have to work together. A lot of times we move alone, right?
Yeah.
And it's not a fault of your own. I got it, but we have to work as a community and not want the spotlight. I would love to have a guy like you in the community to work underneath. But
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. So just like that, man, we have to do what we have to do to make it happen. And last example, it's like the Brazilian, everybody was always in awe of how great the Brazilian soccer team was, right? They could not lose for a period of time. But people don't understand that behind that, when they played the white Brazilians, they were not allowed to touch them. Right. So there was automatically there was no they could win. They got so fast and so skilled that they could move without even touching the people and developed a new form of soccer that rose them to another level. That's what we did with the civil rights movement. That's what we have to do now. We can't play the game like they want us to play. And on that, brothers, peace and love. Sisters too.
All right, man. Keep doing what you're doing, Negro. All right. I'm gonna pull you down. My man Hawkeye. All right, brother, you got 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll make mine short and sweet, man. I really enjoy coming up on your panel, Clarence. This is how we get engaged together. This is how you get to see the other side. And I want to say to every one of you, everyone that was on the panel, there is not one of you that I wouldn't love to have running my city. There's not one of you that is not engaged, is not understanding of what your community needs. And if all you have to do is get engaged, get a little bit of a network going on, you get a bunch of people that'll help you, you'd be surprised. People like myself, I donate money to you. It doesn't take that much money to run a small campaign. And all you have to do is get out there. And if you're the guy knocking on doors, you knock on doors for 2 or 3 campaigns, they see that you're involved, they're going to push you right up the ladder. You're going to be part of it. This is the only way that all of us are going to be able to take our system back and get it running how we want it to run. It used to run pretty decent, and we got to get it back to that point. So, and not just because I'm a younger of one of the elders,
You're the oldest goddamn one.
I'm older than dirt, man.
It's out of you and Vaughn, man.
You didn't take a shot.
I go on
You took a shot
I go
of
on Medicare next month.
One thing I appreciate
I
One thing I
love you
appreciate
guys.
about
No,
Hawkeye, man.
Hawkeye, stay.
Hawkeye
stay.
will come up here and be like the
stay.
only white dude up here, man. And I
No,
appreciate that.
no.
That takes
Wow.
balls, man. I
Let me tell
appreciate
you,
that, man.
no, Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Fuck your white.
He'll take the heat and the love at the same time, man. But yeah, he will come up here.
Fuck his whiteness. What I love about him is his embracing of his ageism.
Oh,
that's what I love about him. It's like he's not ashamed of it, and that's what I look at him. You older than me. Let's be clear. I'm not older than
Rico. You just
I
happy
look
somebody's
better,
older
though,
than you.
man. I look
That's
so
all.
much better.
Rico's just happy somebody's older than him.
Okay.
I
I
told
still
you,
got
Rico.
game, man. I still got game.
Let me finish.
You got Vaughn, Rico. Now you got Vaughn and Hawkeye.
Vaughn is adjacent, right? But what I do love is the fact that how he embraces that, and there's no shame into it, and it's like okay, we are who we are, and when I sit there and I listen, I'm like, damn, when you do the car that you do, I was like, oh shit, he's all into his image of like, look, this is when I was a hot rodder and shit, and I was like, oh, I love all of that, that experience, because that was my experience.
Hey man,
I
I'm
didn't have
down
the
with
hot rod
anybody that's open to have the conversation, whether you with us or against us or for it or not for it. You just want them to have the conversation.
But let me
finish. I like
finish
people with
one.
big balls, man. I
Okay,
like that.
so for you, Hawkeye, right? You Indianapolis. I was born and raised in Washington D.C.
But I'm not anymore. I'm in Iowa now.
Right, but I get that. But what I'm sitting there saying is, what they don't understand is, these are some things that I can talk about that you would understand. I grew up remembering, like, oh, when you went to the porn theaters, you dropped the quarters and you watched the women with the fucking screen would come up.
I never did that, man. No, I never did that. I
Nice.
know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Rico. We almost got through a whole 3.5 hours. Thanks, Rico.
And I'm just like, oh shit. So I remember red light districts in places where it was like, no, that was just the way it was. It was the normative. I remember.
I think of red light districts when I think of you too, Hawkeye.
I plead the fifth, man.
Right? he dropped a few quarters.
I dropped a few quarters.
So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh yeah.
But I do remember. I remember growing up and going downtown, and we had model train shops. Can you remember that?
Oh God, yeah.
I remember that.
Yes. Model train shops and model cars, and that was a huge thing for us growing up. These motherfuckers grew up with video games. I'm like, no, we grew up with model cars with glue and all this shit you would take and buy, and you
and remember, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Remember when you were going when you were going there, when you were going those stores, you know what you saw? You saw sons and dads. You didn't see a lot of guys alone in there. You saw sons and fathers.
But literally, we had model trains and model cars. I grew up with the Sears and Roebuck fucking catalog.
Yeah.
I grew up with this shit. Okay?
We got to get back to that, man. We got to get back to that.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
When that motherfucker came, you almost blew your shit.
Yeah, man. You like
when the Christmas catalog came and that motherfucker was this thick.
Vaughn, what you know about blue chip stamps, Vaughn? You don't know that. What you know about Zodi's and those blue chip stamps?
Because that Christmas catalog had toys in it. The regular catalog didn't have toys. But when Christmas came, that motherfucker had a whole
toy. You know about Jimco.
And you went through and you were like, Mama, I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I want this.
Risa, you too young to know about what we talking about.
Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Oh my God. I mean, I can remember, and you know what? We didn't have a lot of money, so a lot of times You had to wait. You had to wait till your birthday, or you had to wait till the next, you know, and that was always, you know, you always were just on the, you just were sitting there waiting. It's like counting the
And
days
that's what
till
I'm
your
talking
birthday,
about, Hawkeye.
you know. And when you went to the store, you asked for a model. You know, you asked your mom for a model because your mom knew that was working your brain.
Yeah,
you know?
man. It's gonna keep
Yeah.
you quiet for a while.
It would keep you quiet for a while.
Definitely.
Because
While I glue and all that stuff.
because all we had back then, Hawkeye, was what? What was the only thing we had, Hawkeye?
Well, we had time.
Imagination.
Thank you. There you go, Patrice.
We had
There
what?
you go, Patrice. There you go, Patrice. That's all the fuck we could do was imagine.
Oh,
what
imagine.
it would be
Yeah,
like.
you're right. You're right. Yep.
And
yep.
we lost ourselves in our fucking imagination. And that was the shit.
Rico.
I'm sorry.
Rico. Hawkeye is in Iowa. Can I please let him down so he can go back to?
All right.
No. I love talking. I can talk to Rico all night.
I know.
Give me one second. Give me one second.
But Rico will have you up here all night long, especially when he got some libations. He has some libations in him. He'll have you up here all night long.
But Hawkeye, that was
He reminiscing big time.
Well, Hawkeye, man, we appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you.
I appreciate all you guys, man.
Always be a good sport, man. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Don't you be a
I'll put you down, man. All right. There's Hawkeye. All right. Okay, Monty, I might put you back up if you get a good. You're not looking too good here, but you come in clearer. Oh, okay, there you go. All right, hold on, Monty, because I gotta get to Rico and then Patrice, and then I'll ask you again if you got something. Rico.
Yes, sir.
Are you awake, brother?
A smidge.
All right, brother. So
I'm gonna let us wrap it up. Great fucking stream. You did it the way it's supposed to be done. Do you agree, OG Patrice?
I do agree. You know, and those that have ears, let them hear.
I ain't asked you nothing else.
I said those that have ear, let them hear.
We'll come back. We're gonna come back to you, sis. You know how I feel about you, so we'll come back to you. But nonetheless, is that like that? Yeah, and you know, I chewed up his left side of his ass and to the right side.
I apologize.
And
I apologize to the audience.
As long as
you still need to call me and cuss me out again.
No. But again, let me be crystal clear. I ain't caping for nobody. I'm caping for what's right and what's wrong. Again, we're trying to push our program. And if we're trying to push our program, again, it's all program. Like, come on, man, we got to push our fucking program.
I don't mind.
I ain't talking to you, bro. I'm talking to the audience. I ain't talking to you, so I ain't asking you nothing. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is, we're trying to push the program. I'm trying to help Bro Clarence push his program. And if his program, again, and as I try to tell him, is like, I look out to the chat.
I saw you, Risa. Thank you.
I look out to the chat. So with Brother Vaughn, Risa, and any and everybody in the chat, I want them to feel engaged, encouraged, feel like they can come here, they can speak freely, so on and so forth. And if a space is created where they feel uncomfortable, then that's not a space that I want us to be in. And I'm like, hey, bro, we need to fix this shit. We need to fix it. He could tell me, Rico, shut the fuck up, go on about your business. I say my piece and I'm done. But I'm going to say
what I say when you tell me. What I say
ain't
when you
talking to you right now. I'm talking to the audience.
All right.
Okay. Can you put yourself on mute, or do I gotta put you on mute? Put yourself on mute. I'm speaking to the audience. And again, and this brother did open up and say, okay, Brother Rico, and again, no, I'm not right. This is just my perspective. This is just the way I see things. And again, you know, I'll say to you here on Let's Talk's a Better Black Life, the same way when I was working with Brother Arshawn Davey when we were on Critical Drinking, and this is my philosophy, and it's the same thing over here with me working with Brother Clarence. It's like, look, this is not our space. Let's Talk the Better Black Life. This is not our channel. This is your channel. This is the people who come over here and rock with us and fuck with us and decide that they want to engage with us. This is your channel. We are blessed and lucky enough to be able to host it. Nothing more. Without you, I'm talking to this Negro and he talking to me. Nothing else. Without you. So we hope to be able to continue to earn your support, your attendance, your views, and your desire to hear what we fucking have to say. And if we just talking just some ridiculous, dumb, stupid shit, check the fuck out. And I ain't mad at you. Because that's what I do. And I will continue to push this brother to say, hey, push your positive content, push your knowledge, push this, push that, push back against me. I'll push back against you. And that's all we want to do. We want to push the conversation. We want to push the knowledge where I'm wrong. And when I become useless or no longer any good, I'll exit my ass out. But until then, I'm going to continue to help this man push his program to push his piece. And when I see him go left, I'm going to let his ass know he went
Thank
left.
you.
I ain't talking to you, sir. I ain't talking to you right now. I'm talking to your audience. I'll let him know. And, so I wasn't here the other day. I don't care. It's not my fault, not my responsibility. But this is a good dude. This guy is fucking rock solid. I'll send my sons, my kids, my daughters, everybody over here to hear his content. This guy's a good fucking dude. And when I gotta chew his ass, I won't chew his ass. When I don't, I don't. But go ahead, brother. Monty.
Only thing I can do, like the conversation is coming to a close, and the only thing I can do is second that the motion.
Thank you, Hawk. I appreciate you.
It's really good content. I think as a community, what we get caught up in is the nonsense and the entertainment, rather than having conversation that's going to better Black life, right? And if you get caught up in that, and it's easy to do, then you can find yourself misguided. I think the thing that changed me is my kids, right? Because I was out there, I did everything that everybody else done, right? But whenever it's someone else dependent upon you to make good decisions, then you have to make good decisions. And so then you get into the plethora of ideas and thoughts that are out there that's leading our community down the wrong road. And you try to guard your kids from those ideas and or practices. So now you start to now I asked myself the other day, do I sound like my mother? Do I sound like my father? Right? Because now I'm starting to sound like them. I'm starting to replicate the same things that they said to me is what I'm saying to them. And then that's when you get this hallelujah. And now everything starts to make sense. And that's the moment. That's the moment of reckoning when you find out you didn't know none of what you thought you knew. And so I'm blessed to be a part of this chat and this group and the thing that you're trying to grow. I want to be a part of it every time you come on, because you have interesting topics that I think is trying to better the mindset of not the Black male, not the Black female, but the Black community. And if there are any Caucasians out there that are listening, it can also open up you guys' eyes to see what it is that we went through. Nobody's asking you for nothing.
Better myself, man. Couldn't
Right?
have better myself.
We're just trying to get to a better place as a people. Right? There's just no way you can tell me that it's okay for someone to show up at a grocery store and just unload on people, and it's okay. That doesn't happen to any other race of people. It doesn't. right? That it doesn't. So we still have, yes, there was some things that Dr. King accomplished. Yes, there was some things that Malcolm X accomplished, that Rosa Parks accomplished, that all of the ones before us, that those are the big names that everybody know. But it was some pioneers that nobody know about, that done things in the little small communities that no one knows about, that helped us get to here. And we still have a big plight to go. And my fear, this is my fear, and I'm shutting up, but this is my fear. I don't think that the young Afro-American has enough knowledge about where he comes from to be willing to defend it. And I say that because we're killing ourselves in record numbers. We can talk about what they do for days and days, but until we recognize and acknowledge what we do to each other, and I think that comes from, again, I reference my grandmother. She say a lack of knowledge.
Well, how
Young
about
people perish because of a lack of knowledge. And until they learn, and they learn how to respect what it is and who they are, then they and we as a people will perish. And I'm gonna part on that note. You guys have a great night.
Thank
Mr.
you,
C,
brother.
I
Appreciate
appreciate
you.
you.
All right, you too, brother.
Money. Ah, shit.
You want Monty back up here?
Yeah,
I ain't went nowhere,
Monty,
bro.
don't leave yet. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, because I wanted to say something, elaborate on what he said too. It was facts. Yeah.
Real quick, because I'm not going.
I'm right here. I ain't
You
going
knocked it
nowhere.
out. You knocked it out the fucking park, right? Clarence killed it a little too fast, but okay, you knocked it out the park, and I was sitting here and I'm just taking every word in, and I loved it. You East Coast, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the. I want to start there. Okay, you East Coast time, so you on the same time with me, because the reason why I ask is because in the future, because I'm gonna beat up on the yoga. Like we call ourselves, me and Clarence call ourselves old Negro sauruses, right? Everybody like to make fun of our age, like we old dinosaurs. So I call him old Negrosaurus, he called me old Negrosaurus, right?
Right.
You're gonna be a Negrosaurus too, because you almost our age, right?
I'm there now. I just what my kids say anyway.
So the whole point is and the reason why I asked is because I like your perspective and like your ideals and I like your outlook
Shout out to Big Rick Slap.
on a lot of topics. So I think that, and the reason why I asked you before you disappeared was because I want us to tap into you when we start talking about more and more topics like this to bring you in from the beginning and say, no, we need Monty. So, and it's not because you align with me or anything, but it's just like I like your perspective. And you and Hawkeye, where your ass at too? You hiding.
You know what?
That's why
You got to get mad, but Hawkeye came from us via chaotic.
I don't give a shit.
Chaotic.
But I want to sit here saying,
You gonna forgive him for that? Yeah, you
I'll
forgive
forgive him.
Hawkeye. What about me? How come you don't forgive me?
Nah, fuck you. Not you, but Hawkeye. But the fact of the matter is, because of the fact of the matter is, I think for us, here's the thing, Monty. Right? You, me, Clarence, and Sister OG Patrice, and Hawkeye, who's not here now. We're all either of the same generation or generation adjacent. We're close.
Right.
And that's what I think makes the difference for us. And that's why, like, again, if you was 25 years, I'm like, get the fuck off. Fuck him. I'm done. Because y'all just think something totally different. But you're different. Your mentality speaks to me in a different way. It's like, oh, shit. We need Monty. We need Hawkeye. We need Patrice. That's why it started. Like, it started with me and Clarence and Patrice, because we are all in almost that. Me and Patrice in the same generation. Clarence, old crusty ass, is adjacent to us next door. So everybody, and so the rest of y'all. And that's the reason why. And that's the reason why I wanted to grab you to come back and say, if we reach out to you, would you please consider when we do our next stream, we say, okay, we're gonna do some more old folk shit. You gonna jump on with us.
It's not even something to consider. If it's something that's positive, that's not
Because you
something
old folk adjacent.
Yes, I would be. It would be a pleasure
We need to have that
of
conversation.
mine. And here's why: and it could be a selfish motive, right?
Mhm.
Because I miss conversations, because the people that raised me have began to delve, and there's only a couple. So those conversations that I had a conversation with one of the elders in my community today.
Mhm.
Her grandson is going through some things that he's choosing to do. And she asked me would I go speak to him and try to get him back home. They've spent the money and the things to try to salvage him, but he keeps taking himself back to that group. So she's saying, look, I know you spent your time mentoring, blah, blah, blah. Would you please reach out to him? So I told her I would. I'm getting to the people that raised me that
Right.
they're dying off. Right.
Right.
So whenever I can connect to somebody that's got a spirit, where I know that the things that I believe in, that there's somebody else out there that's close to that. That the way they used to tell me, you put yourself in people with like beliefs. That don't mean we agree on everything, but what we do
Agree on
agree
enough.
on, we agree on. And the only thing you trying to do, if you telling me that your goal is to build a better black community. I don't care if you worship Allah, Jehovah, Jesus, man, do what you're doing. But if you're telling me that your goal, your overall goal, is to make people that look like me get to a better place, then bro, we can figure out a way to coexist. That's the way. That's it. My grandmother couldn't read. She was absolutely Baptist, but because she couldn't read, she welcomed the Jehovah Witness into the house because they would read her the scripture, and she whatever they was talking about, she let them do what they was doing. But they read to her the scripture and got her better learned in what she was trying to get to. So what she said was, you sometimes have to use people to get where you're trying to get to. But out of that, they found a common ground that they were all trying to get to the same place. Peace. So that's where I come from. I have my religious beliefs, but I don't look upon anyone as less than because they may not see the world the way I see it. And I learned that from a lady that couldn't read.
That's the best way.
Facts.
Patrice, you had something you wanted to ask Monty, or you want to jump in there with Monty?
No, I just want to elaborate because his story sounds so much familiar. The things that he said and how he was raised, and the people, the elders and the OGs, that he grew up listening to, and sometimes even when he was getting into his little trouble, he when he didn't listen. But now look at him, he come full circle, is saying now that everything my grandmother or these elders taught me and showed me and said to me, I get it now. It's like the bell went off, and it does happen that way a lot of times when you get older and mature. You learn, and like he said that he sees so much of his grandmother or whatever in himself. And I used to say the same thing about my mom when I was younger, and my mom used to be trying to tell me something. I'd be like, okay, whatever, whatever. I'm going out, whatever. And now I find myself repeating some of the same things she did. And I had a conversation with her. It's like, wow. I said, Ma, I know a lot of times you didn't think I was listening. I might have was shooing, but I was listening. And I think that a lot of the younger ones are going to say the same thing when they get older. So what we have to do is just, move out the way and let them find their way the same way we found ours. I'm glad to hear the brother say that he is, talking to this young man that seems to be, constantly getting in trouble, because that's what we have to do is as the elders now, right? Is give back when we see somebody in trouble, hoping our words of encouragement, We can tell them about our experiences, the things we went through, what was the end result of it. If you don't see no good coming out of it, we got to let them know. If you do this, this is what the consequences is going to be. And you have to let them go and hope that they make the right decision, right? So just to hear him say that, I'm much appreciative of that, because we all come from, seems like, humble beginnings of where we had parents or grandparents or somebody, elders, that help raised us, they help talk to us, they help mentor us. And I think that that's what's missing a lot in the younger generation, is the lack of that, right? Because they all have a pretty strong mindset of will that is totally different from how we were raised. And I respect that. And don't get me wrong. I respect the younger generation, but a lot of things, when, things come back to repeat for them, that is hard. I'm pretty sure it was somebody that tried to tell them or tried to have the conversation. So I just appreciate us having these conversations, because no matter what generation you come from, you need to be aware of the fact that white supremacy and racism is going to always exist, because racist people is going to continue to raise other racist people. And it doesn't matter if it's my generation, my son's generation, my son now have children in their generation. It's going to continue to go on, because racist people bore and raise other racist people. You have groups, you have communities of this that perpetuate it and push it, and it's never going to go away. And that's why the fight must continue. The fight must continue the way they fought in the civil rights. The same fight must continue, not in the same way, but the same fight. Because I'm a no holds bar. I don't believe in the Kumbaya and all the bullshit. Like, I appreciate what they did back in civil rights, but now it's a whole new breed that said, "Now we ain't taking this, because we're gonna fight in another way." And you just have to find other ways to fight. I believe in definitely voting locally, to get these crooked politicians out that is upholding a certain laws and things that in your community that is not right. And the only way we're gonna do that is to change it, is to get up. It's so funny. The brother said, we're willing to go to jail, we're willing to die for hurting each other. But when it comes to fighting the brutality, fighting the systemic racism, and fighting all the other things that has perpetuated our community, we ain't willing to die or go to jail for that. It's real funny, though, that how we're willing to do it for each other for the stupidest reasons. Whether it's $1, you bumped into me, you stepped on my shoe, you on my side of town, you wearing this color or that color. We willing to die or go to jail for that, but we're not willing to die or go to jail for the system that continuously perpetuate detriment to our community. And that's one thing that I say, that if we had the wherewithal to do that just as well as we do, and spew the venom and the ugliness that we do on each other every day of our lives, if we had the wherewithal and the balls and the courage to do that when it comes to the system, we will be a force to be reckoned with. And I digress.
No, man, that was beautiful, sis. All right, y'all. I'm gonna close the stream out. Anything else? Patrice, you got any? Was that your last word? Anything
That's
else?
my last words, bro. I'm
Oh,
good.
okay.
I appreciate you for bringing me up.
Oh yeah, always. You know that always. Even if I just got the chance to apologize to you publicly for allowing that situation to get out of hand. And Monty, I want you to come back, because I want to do that. I want to do that. The stream that you were talking about, where we were talking about like Patrice and you were talking about the how we're willing to do other stuff, but we're not focusing on stuff that we could do, that we could change, like the local politics,
Okay,
local politics,
let me
stuff
cut,
like that.
let me cut the old Negro source off. Trees.
Again.
But Trees,
Yes, sir.
you're brought up because you belong. You belong here.
That's right.
You ain't
I
brought up
appreciate
here
that,
out of
brother.
grace. You're not brought out here because, we're being nice to you. You belong here. This space would not be this space without you. And I want you to know that, because Let me tell this to all the audience. This space was created by Bro Clarence. Let's talk the better
Black life.
I'm about to fuck it. Okay, the better black life. Okay, Bro Clarence created this space, and let me be honest with you. Like, I pay homage to the elder who started it and created it because I didn't. And when I saw this space, it was a space that spoke to me, spoke to my mind, my spirit, and my heart. And I was like, damn, you know, I can fuck with that, And again, like I said, and it's funny thing about it because I'll be honest with you, in this space, I've been accused of being not pro-black.
What?
And no, because I'm not. Because I'm
so what are you then?
I'm anti. Here's the thing, right, Patrice? Because people always they project it. Oh, you're not pro-black. I'm like, no, I'm not pro-black. I'm against anti-blackness. It's two different things. So for me,
right,
pro-black and meaning like again, and I don't know if I'm correct. Let me tell you what my perspective of it is. My perspective of it is, if I'm pro-black, I'm got to be blackity. I hate saying
blackity black.
I just saying it. It just sounds so fucked up, right?
I got you, Monty. I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
I literally hate saying it that way because it just sounds terrible. But what I'm saying is, I believe in diversity and inclusion. What I fight against is anybody that's anti-black. So I don't promote, oh, you got to be everything got to be black. No, what I promote is you cannot be against black people. And as much as I believe that there is a pro-black element out there that exists, I also know I don't look at the pro-black because I could be pro-black all I want. But you know what I also know? These motherfuckers over here that's anti-black exist. I'm fighting these motherfuckers. I'm fighting the people who are saying black is bad, black ain't shit, black ain't this, black ain't. That's what I'm fighting against. So whoever else is coming over here to help me to fight against, and I don't, and I.
Well, just because you fight for your people doesn't mean you are anti any other race. That doesn't mean that.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Is what I'm trying to tell people. Like, look, I'm fighting for us. I'm not against anybody else. If you're Asian, if you're white,
But see, that's the problem. People try to think just because you fight for black, you against every other race, and that's not true. That is not true, because that is my fight as well. I'm not against any other race. Hell, I got biracial grandchildren. I've dated interracially. So how the hell can I be against any other race? I'm just about my people first.
But they don't believe you can be that. They don't.
You absolutely can be that. Yes, you can.
Literally,
don't buy into that.
Literally,
if I'm pro and pure black and that's it, that's all, then I would deny my grandchildren. Like, no, come on now, what we doing?
Let me tell y'all something. You can be pro-black and you don't have to be, because see, that's a jacket that they try to put on you. Well, if you're pro-black, then you got to be,
black everything, black love, black children, black this, black that, black business, black. You gotta buy black. You can only wear black.
It's a trick bag. It's a trick bag they try to put you in. No, only thing pro-black means is you want black people to do better. That's all it really means.
You want black progression. You want progression for your race of people.
Now, just like any other group, hold on, Rico, let me say this. Just like any other group, there is a spectrum of people in this group. There's some of us that got, that understand the reality is that, hey, we need to, we're not trying to step on nobody else. We're just trying to make sure that we have the fair involvement we deserve to have. That's it. Okay. So then there's other people in the group that's, I'm black, y'all. I'm blackity black, black. And I don't want nobody else to do good, only black people. Those people are also in the group, but we cannot have. The unfortunate part is we can't have this group without those people because they just gonna be there. Just like
Exactly.
you can't have white people without having that group on the spectrum that is the white supremacy.
But Clarence,
you're gonna have that group.
What
So
I'm saying is,
it just baffles me that it always is a question when it comes to black people.
right?
Like we know that white people are going to be pro-white first before they pro anything else. Pro-Asians are going to be pro-Asian. Pro-Hispanics are going to be Latin, whatever. Like that's a given. But when it comes to black people and we say we're black progressive first, why is it a problem for when it comes to us wanting to be about our people first? If we get all these bad labels, we get called black supremacists, we get called like I can't. I cannot.
Which to me, the whole black supremacy shit is just it's like I'm like.
Thank you, Brother Vaughn. I wish you would have got into it today, but I was telling Vaughn I wish you would have gotten to the conversation.
Okay, but that's just like when I hear that shit, it's just like okay, I can't do this. I can't do this arguing with people about black supremacy. I'm like, we know that that's not a real thing that exists. I can't do this, and I always argue with Clarence, like literally. Patrice, I be calling him. I'm like, Clarence, if you fucking tell me again. But Rico, you gotta understand. No, the fuck I don't. People who take certain positions about certain ideologies, I don't have to accept. I just don't. I don't accept people
when do
who
I
take
try to get you to accept
ideology.
anything that anybody says, Rico?
Huh?
When do I try to get you to accept anything that anyone says?
You try to tell me. Well, you try to tell me. Well, some black people think I'm like, look, let me tell you. When the motherfucker tell me black supremacists, I'm just like drown that motherfucker with the baby water. Just fuck them. I can't even wrap my head around people who accept that ideology because they're being so disingenuous as their godfather. Like
When I think of black supremacist, I think of a black person that is a supremacist for the white race, sort of like your Candace Owens people, sort of like your chaotic people that I say you are the blackest white supremacist or the blackest white supremacist because your ideology is all for them and not your own race.
You know you can't be a black supremacist. We just know it can't be. So my thing is, so like when we start with the conversation, and I'm like, okay, all right, Clarence, I'm going to be. I know you try to be open-minded to everybody. You want to be open-minded to everybody.
Now that is what I get you to try to open your mind, at least have the discussion.
He always does this shit, Patrice. What kind of discussion we don't have if we all agree with each other all the time? Look. That's why he got cussed out recently. Because even when I watched the last stream, I called that motherfucker. I was like, you motherfucker.
Bro Clarence, you keep pushing them. Keep pushing, Bro Clarence, because
all I take is the truth. All I take is the truth, Patrice. That's all I take. Everything else
I drag that motherfucker from one end of the end of
Wait, but listen, y'all. I'm glad y'all making me smile today because I was feeling a little down because today I had to go by the school. Today was my last day with my children that I read to every Tuesday, and I had to say goodbye to them. But I did hold them to make sure that they reach out to me via email and tell me about a book that they read once a month. And so I was feeling a little down on the ride home, but I was listening to you guys, and I'm so glad you guys are making me laugh because I love those little black boys and girls. And for some reason, I guess I know the reason because I got more attached to the boys is because they were behind more than the girls were when it came to reading. Yes. And so I made them promise me that they would read a book once a month, and they would email me and tell me the name and the author and what it was about and things of that nature. And I will come up to the school as much as I can to see them. They was crying. I was crying. It was just not Not good.
Teresa, you back in Arizona?
I am, yeah, I
Okay,
am.
so when the kids that you reached out to, I'm just asking, um, shit, that shit fucking sucks too. I just fucking hate it, when you reach out and you connect and ah,
I know you get attached to children and you see the
and I
light in their eyes. Go ahead.
you're doing it through reading and teaching. I did it through sports, and I used to be like, literally, it was really funny. Fucking God, you would sit there and you would like, okay, you get a kid, and I don't know about you as far as the reading, right? So I'm gonna ask you as a teacher, right? So you were connecting with these kids back in the Chi-Town, right?
Yeah, and then it led me to the same program here in Arizona. No, not back in Chi-Town, but in Nevada. And they have
Okay.
the same program in Arizona. So when I moved, I got involved in the same program in Arizona. So I've been reading to them for the last year,
So
right?
let me
Every Tuesday. And today was my last Tuesday that I got to read to them. So it
so
it
let,
it go
I,
ahead.
the question I want to ask you is like, now I'm tell you this, okay? Now I'm a sorry piece of shit football coach, right? No, I'm being honest with you. Look at me that way. But you sorry motherfucker. I don't want you to sit there and feel no kinship to me. Because what
Thank
happens
you,
is
brother
this,
Sim.
right?
Appreciate you, man.
Is as a and basketball coaches, baseball coaches, we all do it. We look at athleticism and we look at the kid that's athletic. And the most athletic kid, we're gravitated towards. Oh shit, he can hit a baseball, he can shoot a jump shot, he can run a 440. You know what I'm saying? We don't give a shit about the ones that can. We gravitate towards the one that can. And we connect with
Monty,
that one.
unless you got something real quick,
Right, Patrice?
because
We
if
connect with
not,
that.
I'm
Now
gonna
you're in the reading.
we trying to close the
Mm-hmm.
train, brother.
So you're looking at kids that can read. I ain't looking at kids that can read. Fuck the motherfucker that can read. I want a motherfucker that can run fast, shoot the hoop, hit the ball far. And I connect with that. And then that becomes somewhat of the poison, the fruit. What we do as a community, which is different than what you're doing, is you're looking at a kid that can read, who ain't the best athlete.
Okay,
Uh,
Monty,
well, well, well,
Monty, you
well,
got something real quick, man? Because
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
close the
I, I,
train.
I I think, that's something to explore. What Brother Rico just said, and most of the time, sir, I'm all the way in alignment with you. But the kid that can jump fast and run fast, and he only then becomes exploited for his
Yeah.
athletic ability, and then because he don't know how to negotiate life, because he can't understand how to read and work through things scholastically, then he becomes the same thing that his forefathers were, in as much as a slave, where we just now use you for your athletic ability or your physical abilities rather than for your intellect. And I think that's dangerous and rerunning the same plight that we have ran. And I say that because I was a nice athlete and my cousin was much better than me. My cousin is the one that they use, but because my other side of the family, that grandmother would not just allow me to be an athlete, but she forced me to be a student of life. And she made me understand the importance of education because I understood that neither of my grandmothers could read. So don't just let them use you because they use here in the South. What happened was they took the biggest, strongest black male and the lady with the childbearing hips, and they mated them. Well, what they were doing, in my opinion, was creating this super nigga, right? Because you take the biggest, strongest, fastest male, and you mate him with the biggest, strongest woman. So you now created these that I'm looking at right now in the basketball game. That's these big, huge black people that none of these white boys can do nothing with. And now you tie that into the ability to think for yourself and to read the same books that they kept from us. Now all that's on my phone. You can't keep it from me. Now I become a threat. She made me understand that so long as all I was doing was dribbling the damn ball, I was just what they wanted me to be. But whenever I was able to think on their level and dribble the ball, I became a threat. So I think, sir, and I don't not this your channel, right? But I think that's something that's worthy to talk about. I'm going through it with my son and my daughter right now. Because I utilized the ball to teach them, because that's how I learned how to become a young man. Because my father chose to do what he do. That's another topic. So I used the ball to teach them. But in the course of that, they began to think that I loved them performing with the ball more than I loved them. And that's a misconception. No, no, no. I love you. Fuck that ball.
And I agree with the part of you could be the best athlete and they will use you. But
Woo.
you could be the best athlete and get that big contract. And if you don't know how to read that contract and understand what you signing up for and the business side of it, then yeah, that's where the education and knowing how to read and understand and comprehend what you reading comes into play. And that's why I always instill in those little boys and girls that same thing. Like, okay, you want to be a football player when you grow up, you want to be a pro this, pro that. That's wonderful. But you got to know how to read them contracts and you got to be able to understand it so that you can't get food, you can't get shucked and jived, you can't, assign a bad contract, a bad business deal. You got to know what things mean and how to read it and understand it. So that's how I would get them to read and love reading. What are your favorite things? What do you like to read? What you want to read about this type of animal? Whatever you want to read about, whatever it is, you have to appeal to children's imagination and their mind to give them a reason to want to learn how to do it. You have to make it fun. And I think that's the relationship that I had with them, because I made it fun for them, because we laughed and we talked and we joked and things like that. So they saw me not just as this person coming mentoring them, but as just a human being in general, that was that took some time out to have time for them. And I'm talking about these children are in the poorest of the urban neighborhood here in Phoenix, Arizona, where I'm in, and I'm in the suburbs. I don't have to, go out my way to do that, but that's how I wanted to pay it forward, because somebody did it for me when I came up in the urban city. I had programs, I had mentors, I had after school this and that and that. So I wanted to give back, because all of that shit has been taken away from in our community, especially the Black community. We don't have rec centers anymore, after school program. These children didn't have that. So for me to, be able to do that and give back a little an hour of my day, of my time, is nothing, to be able to do. So I'm just glad. I was sad about it, but I feel better now. And I know that they're going to continue to be in contact with me, because I'm going to make sure of that, because I'm going to still be in contact with them. And then when the program starts back up, and that's if they even get any funding to start that back up. It's funny, it's because I just go and volunteer my time, but the school system has to fund the
Right. Yeah.
program. So for the different books that I would read to them and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
that's how that go.
All right, sis. If you ain't got anything else, I'm gonna pull you down. All right.
All right, I'm gonna say good night to you, gentlemen. Love you guys. I enjoyed the stream. Thanks so much.
Love
And
you,
I
sis.
will. All right, I'll talk to y'all next time.
All right. I'll see you later,
All
sis.
right, good night.
Peace. All right. That's our sister Patrice. All right, Wrinkly. You already said last word. Now you got some more last words, but that's it. Are you gonna let me go and close the stream?
Yes, I'm gonna let you go. Great stream as always.
Thank you, sir. You as well. Great
Great
stream. Oh,
introduction as to how you open it up. See what you had to say. I ain't got nothing to say. OG Patrice,
pretty,
Hawkeye, everybody came
yeah,
through. They were all barn burners.
yeah.
We didn't go too long.
Yeah, only 4
Good
hours,
idea.
4.5 hours.
Keep it moving forward.
All right, brother.
Salute to you,
Appreciate
bro.
you, man. I'll hit you later.
Hey, you won't see me Thursday, so to the stream. No, we ain't fell out. We ain't broke up. I ain't broke up at Bro Clarence, but I'll be traveling.
Yes, sir.
He's gonna do his regular Thursday stream.
Yeah.
I'll send him some pictures, with us like showing our ass on the beach,
Yeah,
whatever.
man. Please.
Yeah, I
And
know.
I'll put the whole reel together for you. I'll put the whole reel together.
I'll send him some photos to show y'all that Rico's still alive and well. But excuse me. We love you. This is my brother, my other brother from another mother. We solid. You ain't getting air or water between the two of us.
That's right.
But
you might get a cuss word in there, right? Rico might get a cuss word in there. All right, man. I love you, brother. I appreciate you, man. And you always keep it real. You know what I'm saying? I just have to put my head down. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I had to just
No, you ain't never been wrong about nothing, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, I appreciate the fact that, you said some things like, some of the things you said made me think, yeah, I do need to apologize to the audience. That was a good move.
You ain't gotta apologize to nobody. You're good, bro. I just want I want your program to keep being your program. That's it.
Yeah, and I do, and I want all the people that I got that's good to be good. You, Patrice, everybody. I want everybody to be good, man. Everybody comes up, all of our regulars that come up, be good. All right, Mr. Young, I will talk to you later, brother. I'll hit you later, and stay safe out there, brother. I see you got the libations already going, so I see you later, brother. All right, that was Rico, brother Rico. Holy smokes, y'all. Holy smokes. Okay, who all came up today? Well, Patrice came up. Let me go back in reverse order. Patrice came up, came in for just a hot minute, hit a couple of homers out of the park, as always. Brother New Growth came up. I like Brother New Growth. He's got similar type of vibe like me. You know what I'm saying? Real smooth, but at the same time, he could drop a load on you. Don't sleep on him. He could drop a load on you any minute. Who else came up? Marcus came up for just a hot second. And I think he thought, man, the conversation was a little getting the debate was going too good. He didn't want to interrupt anything, so he, that's what he'll do. If he sees that it's going good already, he'll just leave it alone. So he stepped in for a minute though. Shout out to Marcus. Who else came through? Monty came through. Where Monty been for the last couple of months or so? Monty stepped back in. And he got his foot wet, and he dropped some bombs on us. You know what I'm saying? Hit a couple out of the park, and hit him over the fence. Who else? Jay Takashi came in for just a hot second, but he had to go. I guess he had to, he might have a stream going over there. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, go on over there and get in one of those chill sessions over there with Jay Takashi. But he stepped in for a minute. Who else? Rico was here. Rico was always gonna hit bombs out of the park as usual, like Babe Ruth, pow, right out of the park. Who else came up? Hawkeye came up. Can you believe Hawkeye came up? Hawkeye came up. Man, I got a troll in here. I got to deal with the troll. Hawkeye came up. You know what I like about Hawkeye? Hawkeye's a good sport, man. Hawkeye is a good sport. He'll come up and be the resident white man, and he will he will still push his opinion, man. Whether he agrees with us or not agree with us, I can respect that. I can respect that. You know what I'm saying? He's coming from a good place, and I can respect that, man. So shout out to Hawkeye for that. Um, who else came up? Who else came up? I think that was everybody. I think that's everybody that came up. Who else? I think one other person came up. I'm trying to remember who came up right before Monty came up. It was Monty, New Growth, well, whoever that was. Shout out to you. I forget. I'm old, so I got an excuse for forgetting. But what about the discussion we had today? What about the discussion? You would never hear Don Q. GQ, well, man, hey, yo, bad, you missed it, man. You missed a great stream. Um, and you're welcome to come up here, man. As long as you're gonna act right. But you see down here, we got a new way of doing stuff, man. We reserve the right to bounce you out of here if you act up. So we don't. I'm not going to be manipulated into other people's ideologies and their rules. And well, I was, a couple people tried to manipulate me into following their standards of living, their codes of conduct. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm gonna follow my code of conduct, and if they can't handle it. Maybe it's a better place for them, right? Better place for them. So anyway, like I say, we had a good stream. Everybody in the chat was good. I have to admit, somebody told me that they were gonna leave, and just the whole thing ran a lot smoother. Gotta, I gotta look at that and say, who's not here, and how good was the stream of the panel? But anyway, shout out to brothers that's out there, man. I understand. I can't make everybody see it my way, so shout out to the brothers. But my door is always open to any brother that wants, some mentoring from me, just a word or just my advice or whatever. What do I know? 32 years, all my children raised under the same roof. 32 years married with the same woman. What do I know? Right? What do I know? Maybe I know a little something. Maybe a little something. Maybe a little something. Right? Kevin Samuels was trying to tell you how to get to where I'm at. Right? Man, but shout out to everybody, man. Everybody in the chat, everybody that came through. Mad, ugly, disgusted, whatever. But everybody that acted right, we appreciate all of y'all coming through. Yeah, like I said, we wanted y'all to think about what can we do to teach our children our history, because our history is very important. You know what I mean? If we're not teaching our children our history, if you sending your children to the public school system, it's not the public school system responsibility to teach Black history. And unfortunately, some people think it is, and it's not. It's not. It's not their responsibility. The public school system's responsibility is to teach you an approved curriculum that the federal government pays them money to teach. That's what the school system has to do. Black history, unfortunately, just like home economics and auto mechanics and all these other trades that they got rid of out of high school, that Ronald Reagan got rid of all that stuff, took that budget out of the education department and put that money into the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, put it out there into the real estate market, and the feds never look back. They never look back. They never reach back and say, we got to put this money back into the educational budget. They never look back. They kept just eating away at that budget. Now these children they don't even know what it looks like to come home and have an electric company or Sesame Street or 3-2-1 Contact or Villa Alegre or any of these shows that we had back in the day, that you could come home and you could still be learning while you was having fun watching TV. You'll still be learning. Now, what your children got, the internet. And they can watch The Baby or Boosie Badass or Megan Thee Stallion or what's her name? Cardi B or the other chick, Nicki Minaj. Watch them learn how to be a degenerate. I know because I was a degenerate, so I know. I'm not talking about from somebody who don't know. I've been like a goody two shoe. No. I was a degenerate, and saying God smiled on me in a day of love and said, you know what? If I can turn him around, I got real power. And he did, man. He did. I'm still turning. I ain't perfect, as you can see. I ain't perfect, but let me tell y'all something. So y'all hear me kidding about Rico cussing me out, right? But I'm telling you, I'm not tripping. He did cuss me out, right? Couple times, right? But what's the thing? The thing is, first of all, I know he coming from a good place. And then second of all, I got the humility to say, maybe he's right. And then the third thing I say, you know what, let me examine. When he gets done fussing at me, let me look at the whole situation and see if he's telling the truth. And then when I realized he was telling the truth, what could I say? What could I say? I see his name on the phone. I'll be like, oh man, here we go again. Here we go again. He gonna talk about, damn, how many times you gonna talk about it, Rico? But I'm glad that he thinks enough of me to step in when he see me stepping. He think I might be letting the situation get out of hand. I'm glad that he thinks enough of me to do that. So shout out to Brother Rico. I appreciate you, brother. What else? Yeah. We got to read to our children. Black boys, I told you, I'm gonna get the thing I had the stats. Black boys are doing so bad by the 4th grade. I showed you guys the stats. I'm gonna bring those stats back up, and I'm gonna start showing them every Sunday. The stats where the federal government has take stats of math, science, and English scores, and by the 4th grade, black boys are in the tank. They're in the worst position by the 4th grade. See, 3rd grade is where the packs start separating. That's when we got to get in there and start reading to them. And I'm going to always push this. We got to start reading and introducing math, science, and English like hard to them. Because they're in the 3rd grade. I know. They can handle it. If they can memorize all these raps and they can memorize all this, they know how much to break down a rock into to how to double up a rock and all. They know how to do all that math. If they can play sports, right? Shout out to Minister Jason of the Long Beach Mosque when he broke down how he said, "Can your children do math?" Everybody in the mosque was like, "Well, I don't know. Some of us, yeah, He said, "Of course they can do math. They play basketball. They play baseball. You know what I mean? Computations you got to do to play baseball. You gotta compute the speed of the ball. You got to know when to turn and crack it. You got to know when it's gonna meet. You got so many computations. Same thing basketball. You got to dribble. You got to know how many. You got to know where 9 other people are on the court, which direction they're moving, how much closer they're coming to you, what else can do, and then you got to get up and you got to know how much force to use to put the ball through the hoop. That's a lot of computations. You catch a football, and you gotta compute how fast the football is coming to you. You got to see how much a gap you need to catch it. Then you need how much force to control it, and then you got to see how fast you got to run your fastest. You got to compute the speed of 21 other people. You got to know where 21 other people are on the field in relationship to you. It's a lot of computations our children have to do, but they just don't have to apply them in the real world. They apply them on the field with a ball. Well, now we gotta show them, hey, black boys are in bad shape, and we got to get to them. We got to read to them. We got to spend, like I said, my suggestion is an hour. My solution is always spend 1 hour a day with your child on math and science. 1 hour a day at least. Okay, today we're gonna do division. Today we're gonna do arithmetic. Today we're gonna do subtraction. Today we're gonna do multiplication. I mean, we got to spend time. We got to do it. I know. See, it's not popular. Black boys are not a popular topic. Right? Black boys are only a popular topic in the juvenile system. You're talking juvenile justice. Now black boys become a topic of conversation. But black boys are a topic, man. They are losing. And they're losing. And the main reason why they're losing is because we will not give them the proper time. We, us, black men, we are not giving them the proper time. Black women like Patrice are out there trying to read to them and stuff like that. But what about us? They need to see men. They need to see men in front of them. But I'm talking. I forgot. It's one of my son's birthday today. My middle boy turned 21 today, so I got to get down there so I can you know, wish him a happy birthday and you know, be a part of the festivities my wife got planned for that situation. All right, y'all. I think we did a good stream today. Everybody, we got everything back in order. I think we got the house back in order. Like I said, you guys in the chat, Vaughn, Arisa, all you guys with wrenches, big rigs. I mean, if you guys see somebody getting ugly out there, you have my permission to bounce them out. Ask questions. Bounce first. Ask questions later. You know, get rid of them. If they are causing a problem, get rid of them. Don't let them come crying to me. But you can bounce them. I have no problem with it. And I will tell them, I told them to bounce anybody that even starts some trouble. I'm going to just bounce them out. Okay? I mean, you know, if you feel up to it. Now, you know, I'm not expecting you to do that, but I'm just saying you got the authority to do that based from me. Okay? We got to work together, y'all. We got to, you know, I need y'all's help. Right? Shout out to OG Patrice, man. That is a good system, man. That is a good system, man. I believe you are too, Risa. I just spent more time talking to Patrice to really see, you know, that she don't have no ulterior motives when she do stuff. She just do it out of the kindness of her heart most of the time when she do it. You know what I'm saying? So I believe almost all of us here are a good hearted. You know what I'm saying? So, but shout out to Patrice, man. That's a good system, man. And brother Rico too. Rico huffs and puffs and puffs, but that's a good dude, man. That's a really good dude, man. And you know, when people come to you and they cuss you out, let me tell you the difference between somebody that don't care for you and somebody that do care for you. A person that don't care for you can cuss you out too. But the difference is a person that cuss you out that cares for you will say will do it in a way that shows you that they care about you. They doing it out of love, right? Like Rico would cuss me out and then he'd say, "All right, man, I'll holler at you a little later," right? If somebody really don't like you, they cuss you out. They say, "Forget you, Negro," blah 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 blah. And they you know what I'm saying? But Rico, he would cuss me out and then he'd say, "All right, I'll talk to you later." I'd be like, "Cool, I think it's over." He called me back about 30, 40 minutes later. I just watched a little more of it. Man, why did you let this happen? I was be sitting there going, damn, I wish he watched the whole thing so he just get it all out one try, right? But you need people like that around you, man. You need people like that around you so that you can do that. I hope we build that kind of community here, man. I hope we build the community where, you know what I'm saying, well, people feel like, hey, they're getting the right information. People got the right motivation, man. We ain't trying to get rich, and we ain't trying to get rich off of nobody or nothing like that. You know what I mean? But we just trying to put some good information out there. Hopefully, it'll help some people. Like they say in the Bible, right? Whosoever will, let him come, right? Whosoever will, let him come. Whosoever won't, right? All right, y'all. I'm out of here. I will see y'all on the next stream. That'll probably be Thursday. I might have a surprise for you. I'm chasing it down. We'll see. We'll see if we can get them. But if we can get it here, I'll start to stream off the first hour with a surprise for y'all. All right. All right. See y'all till the next stream. Peace.